doing, everybody? It is Friday. I'm taking a day off work. How you doing? It is Chaz Draws Live. And my music's a bit louder than me. Oh, I'm going to sound a bit tired, and I'm probably going to be coughing up a lung half the time. Kind of the side effects of breathing in fire smoke. I had a hell of a night. Hey, Sarah, how you doing, babe? Good girl. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing on the desk? You're not supposed to be up here, Sarah. Silly girl. Silly kitty. So yeah, if you missed it, since it was like in the dead of the fucking night, a fire broke out next to my apartment. No, don't, no, Sarah, don't go. Ow. Ow. Hey, Carpudding, how you doing? We just started. So yeah, if you missed it, or haven't seen the short, a fire broke out next to my apartment. And, yeah, that was, exciting. I was just fucking sitting here doing my daily, post-work grinds of wizardry and Nikkei. And Sarah and Shadow start freaking out towards the windows. They're like, they're like really going at the window, and they're just bobbing their head around like, what the hell are you doing? And I look over at the cats and I see something glowing, and then I go over to take a look, and I'm like, holy shit, is that a fire? I'm like, holy shit, that's a fire. A fire had broken out right behind the dollar store that's next to my place. Apparently someone set the pallets and compacted cardboard trash on fire. Yeah, so I saw that. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta call 911. So I call 911 immediately and tell them where the fire is and how I found it. And afterwards, I got dressed, because I figured, I better, I may need to wake people up. Or something. I had to do something. I couldn't just wait in the apartment. So, I did that, got outside, I'm like, okay, well, the fire's not spreading close enough, but it's kind of gonna get worse, because the wind is blowing like crazy. Because we got some storms going on out here. And then that's when I decided to take the video. I don't know why. I figured maybe like evidence that it was there or some shit. I don't know. I was kind of running at the fucking moment. But I fucking recorded that. And then the police got there while I was in the middle of recording. Then I heard them blasting the fire extinguishers or whatever they had on the fire. I'm like, okay, cool. They got it. It's taken care of. Nice. What happened off camera though was they didn't contain the fire with whatever they were using, and it was starting to get bigger. A police officer hopped over the fence, and I told him everything what was going on as we looked around for any cinders that may have flown out and may start to make another fire elsewhere, because the fucking cinders were going everywhere. Luckily, that didn't happen. And then they brought out the big guns and started actually hosing the fire before it got any worse or spread to the trees. And I tried to wake up the neighbors when they weren't hosing down the fire, and no one woke up, despite ringing the doorbell and banging on the door. So, if I did not pay attention to my cats, we wouldn't be here today. Most likely, possibly. I don't know. Maybe somebody else would have caught the fire before that happened, or something. I don't know, but that shit was going to spread over here like crazy. So O sevens in chat for the cats, or no, O slashes in chat for the cats. Shadow and Sarah, heroes of the night. They are the best kitties. I gave them plenty, all the treats I had left. But anyways, yeah. So I have slightly less sleep. I'm waiting for the gamer subs to kick in. Delicious. Yeah, this the last gamer stuff supply I just got was what was it? Vi's Bloodlust, which is like a blackberry cherry limeade. And I also got Good, which is just straight up cherry. Pretty good stuff. I feel you on the lack of sleep. Day 6, no weed, first time in years, taking a break. So messed up. Oh, is that why you've been like less than normal carpooting in Discord? It's like I've been like, something's up, man. Like something's up with you. Like it's just a feeling. I'm like, did something happen? I've been like slightly worried for you. But I guess that explains it then, if that's the case. Shit. Taking a break. Definitely take it easy. Like, just relax. Don't think of anything. If you can. Just enjoy the fact that you have nothing to do. That's usually the best way to kind of decompress. But anyways, let's get chat in here in its proper position. And bring up the drawing windows. Alright, let me see if I can excuse me. See if I can find me some good jazzy music, some good tutorial music. Let's see. Let me search it up here on the YouTubes. All right. Let's see. Chill. Let's try chill tutorial music. What's up, Shadow? What is it? Meow. What's up, buddy? Just want pettings, is that it? Pet me, praise me. I saved everybody, Dad. Uh-oh, Okay, I heard a ping. I wasn't sure if if something broke or not. Looks like no. Songs like by upbeat chill video game music. No, probably not that. Ooh, Halloween lo-fi radio from Lo-Fi Girl. I mean, 'tis the season. 'Tis the season. I guess we can go with that. No! Bad. Fucking Shadow trying to ninja his way onto the desk. You're not supposed to be up here, dude. Okay, where was I? Oh, right, yeah. There we go. Okay. So we'll go with that. Alright, let me move my keyboard here so I can actually have space for my phone to draw on. Alright, so... Okay, so I feel like this would be easier if there were students in the chat, but it seems they have not funneled themselves in. So I will try to make do. Gaming. If you have yourself a drawing app of your choice on your phone or tablet or even your computer, feel free to follow along if you would like to practice. This is gonna be. I'm not good with tutorials. At least I don't think so. But I'm going to try and make this as simple and easy to understand, and as informational as I possibly can. And so first off, the app I am using, if you didn't know, is called Sketchbook. It's on the Android store, and it's free. The paid version is like $2 or something, at least when I got it. I don't know if the price has increased or not, but it is a lifetime thing, so no subscription bullshit, which is nice. I appreciate. And that's the app I've been using for all of my artwork. And aside from that, oh, and I just dropped it. My stylus. Probably don't have to state the obvious, but drawing on the phone is a lot easier if you have a stylus. And the stylus I'm using is I cannot read that. I think it's called Meko, M-E-K-O, if I'm looking at the logo right. It's one of those weird fancy sort of cybernetic looking kind of logos where it's like it's not complete letters, but it does kind of spell something if you look at it like sideways. But it's a really good stylus. I love it. I need to get a new one because I've worn it out a bit, but any stylus, can work. Whatever works for you. You don't have to get the same shit I do. Whatever works best for you in your drawing is optimal. So keep that in mind with any tutorial you make. As far as the stuff I'm going to try and teach you, it may not work for you, which is fine. It may work for some people, but that's the inherent nature of any trick or technique when you do artwork. Some tricks work well for others. Some people can't perceive breakfast and understand what the hell they're even looking at. And I get that a lot with many tutorials I cross over, where it's like they showed the thing and I'm like, I don't understand how the fuck did you do that? Or it's like, this is not clicking in my brain for some reason. It's weird like that. So don't feel frustrated if anything I'm telling you doesn't seem to click. Like, replay the video if you're watching the VOD, or ask questions in chat if you're live in chat. And I'll try to make it understandable. But at the end of the day, when you're drawing and stuff, you don't want to be stressed out, because that doesn't work for you when you're drawing. It works against you. Drawing's supposed to be fun. So, we're going to do basic shit. Excuse me. We're going to do basic stuff. And how we're gonna do that is I'm gonna stick with what I was doing earlier, which is drawing chibis, because 1, they're simple, 2, they're adorable, and 3, I would like to get more practice in. So I figure that's the best way to do what I want, get what I want, and also give you something that could be useful, because I'm sure there are people out there who would like to know how to draw chibis. And it'll be like a learning experience together. So, and also there are I do have I do have a playlist that has little art tutorials and stuff that I found on YouTube that I've found useful, and there are a couple of chibi tutorials in there that I've implemented some aspects into my own collection of tricks. So if you want to, look at those. You'll probably see some similarities on the stuff I teach you here. And, you know, give those artists love too if you go watch their videos. But, anyways, enough of me rambling. Let's learn to chibi. Let's learn how to draw. And if you have any questions, chat, be sure to say in chat. I will try to pay attention as best as I can. So, first off, when using the drawing program of your choice, you do want to take into consideration what your resolution and stuff is. In the case of Sketchbook here, if we go to new sketch, they kind of have it set up already with preset resolutions here. And higher resolution means it'll look more cleaner and stuff. If you've played video games or watch YouTube videos, you kind of get the gist of how this works. And when it comes to like certain websites or whatever, you might need certain resolutions to be a certain way in order for you to upload your images or something. It's a frustrating aspect of that, but for this, we'll just be going with the usual, well, not usual, usual for me, dimension resolution, which for Sketchbook has me at 255 by 3300, and resolutions pixels by inch or centimeter 300. I'm not too familiar with this stuff either. I might try drawing with you. Thank you. Do so, Daniel. We'll be doing basic stuff, so it'll be a practice session. Doing pretty good, aside from the fire that happened in the middle of the night, but doing good, doing excellent. So for this particular tutorial, don't worry too much about resolution. That's a little more advanced stuff as far as my brain goes, but I'll have to look at. I don't want to try and teach you shit that I'm not 100% in either. So yeah, resolution. Pick whatever you want. I'd say a good starting is doing 8x11, which is like 8 by 10 or 8x11, which right here, 2400 by 3000 on the pixel scale here. That's basically a sheet of drawing paper is 8 by 10. So you can't really go wrong with that if you are not familiar with resolutions. Hey Leaf, how you doing? Yeah, a fire happened next to my apartment, Leaf. I posted a short video of it. But everyone's okay. The cats saved the day. They alerted me to the fire when I was just playing Wizardry on the computer. I looked out the window because they were freaking out, and I'm like, what are you looking at, cats? And there was a fire, and I called 911, and they took care of it. That would have been very bad if I, was sleeping or not paying attention. Alright, so if you have your drawing app of choice, we are about to begin the tutorializing. We'll be like I said, for those jumping in, we'll be doing learning how to chibi a bit. That's a relief. They have good intuition. Yes, they do. I think they were just like, hey, what's glowing out there? But all the same, cats are heroes. I love my cats. So, chibis are very simple. They are also called super deformed because, well, they're simplistic versions of the human body. Sorry, I'll be coughing because of the smoke inhalation yesterday or earlier today. And we're going to break them down into like simple shapes, which is a common trick or technique or whatever you want to call it that most artists do when it comes to drawing characters. Chibis often don't really need a model reference because you're not really paying attention to those hard to make body postures or whatever, like, hands, fingers, toes, or stuff like that. As you can probably notice by Chibi Cherry in the corner over there, the features are pretty simplistic. Like the arms are kind of like like a nubby kind of shape and not very detailed as if they were like in a normal picture. Like let me reference an actual the bigger picture of Cherry. Like this one. See, with the details where you got the fingers and all that stuff. Like a big difference between chibi and normal proportions. All right. So, first off, we're sorry if I repeat myself a lot of times. I'm not good at tutorializing. So, what we want to do is we're going to do simple shapes. So first, let's start with the head. We're going to do this piece by piece, not the entire shebang. Do it one by one, step by step. So, what you want to do is get your preferred brush and/or pencil ready. And personally, I like to use like a light blue hard pencil when I do my sketching. You can use black pencil, you can use yellow or red or any other color you feel is nice when it comes to doing your sketches, because the sketch is not going to show up in the final product of whatever you're drawing. And the sketching phase as a whole should be the most, the biggest warm-up session you got before you take your artwork a little more seriously. Because this is where you just kind of hash out ideas and make the basic, shape of what you want to make. It's kind of, think of it as like, using scaffolds in Minecraft or dirt blocks to make like the basic shape of what you want to build in Minecraft. It's kind of like that, if that makes sense, if you play Minecraft. If you don't, insert building game here if you play any of those. Jeez, I'm sorry. Sorry about the coughing. So we're gonna... I've wasted so much time not actually drawing and just talking, but that's tutorials for you. So, if you have like a little ruler thing like I do in Sketchbook, use that to make your circles. It's a lot easier. And if you don't, well, it's okay. It's okay. So, I'll just demonstrate the circle ruler here in Sketchbook. See? Nice, perfect circle. Very useful. But if you don't have a ruler tool, then you can also use like a shape tool. Like that. understanding your tools in whatever app you're using for drawing will help you out a lot in the long run. And if you don't have any of those, then just try to make the best circle you can. If your app has a steady stroke or line stabilizer function, that can help you make much more smoother curves and stuff later on. But anyways, well, once again, I'm going to be using, I'll use the ruler in my app. You use whatever tool or function or lack of function you want, because it is the sketching phase. So we're just learning shit here. So heads tend to be a circular shape. Duh. So when doing a head, especially a chibi head, there's a variety of techniques you can use to get the shape that you want. And one of the things you want to keep in mind that you may have to learn is thinking in like a 3D kind of space. Like, yes, this is just a circle, but if you kind of imagine it like a ball or a sphere, you know, that can help you kind of do the little planning gestures that I'm about to show when it comes to, you know, positioning certain aspects of a face or the body or whatever. And that is doing these little guidelines. Not like that. It's too wobbly for my taste. Like that. And this little guideline here, this is what I'm going to deem as the quote-unquote center of the face. This is where the nose is in the area between the eyes. So then, where do you put the eyes? Well, you do another line, except going horizontal like that, except, you know, around the shape of the quote-unquote sphere. Now, if you have any questions, chat, feel free to ask them, and I can answer and try and clarify things if nothing's really setting in here. But, you want to do something, you want to try, and these guidelines may take a bit of, you know, trial and error for you down the road, but I like to put them roughly around the center of the overall sphere, depending on where I want the character to look. So in this case, this little center point here is going to be kind of looking in that direction. Or well, the face will be pointing in that direction. The eyes may be pointing in another direction, but we'll get to that in a second. So, with these little guidelines here, we can plan out where we want the eyes and other little facial features. So, the eyes one eye is going to be like pretty much in this area right here. Wow, that's a little delayed on the line thing. Try that again. So, one eye is going to be like around here, and then the other one's going to be like over here. Why are you doing that? Stop that. Stop that, sketchbook. You're being silly. Kind of like that. And then the ear will be not too far away from like here. Usually that's how I have it. Now, I might have screwed up or something, but this is why we're in sketching, because then we can edit this stuff later when we get to, you know, making a more solid, defined outline. But you can see we kind of, at a glance here, you can kind of see the logic of how the circle is actually a head. But it's not a complete head, unless you're doing like a simple stick figure guy, like, oh, hi, stick figure, look at me. So there was one trick I wanted to try out that I don't normally do when it comes to making like the little cheek of a character head. And I only saw this briefly, so I might be remembering it wrong, but after you get like the base circle of the head, you want to get like the little indented cheek like you see on Cherry down there in the corner. So what I normally do is I just kind of, I kind of hash it out by making this little indent here on inside the circle. Oops. And you see, there's a little cheek, and then I kind of curve it down towards the center line that I made earlier, and then I will curve it up towards the bottom of where I put the ear. And there we go. We got that little face shape. Now, there's a variety... I keep saying that. There's a variety of ways of doing the whole cheek and face thing. And the other way I wanted to try out was putting like a little rounded upside down triangle. So, kind of like as if you were like going to make like an animal face or something. So no, maybe not upside down triangle, but kind of a weird oblong looking oval thing like that. Now it kind of looks not right, don't it? But if we kind of erase here a little bit. See, I didn't practice this, so it kind of looks a bit weird. Kind of looks a bit off. It's not to say that the trick doesn't work. It's just I'm not fluent in it. And you're going to get that a lot, whether it be what I'm trying to do here with you guys, or whether you're using any other tutorial. But, actually no, that kind of does work out. The face is a bit more rounder, but, that's usually typical with chibis. The face tends to be a bit more rounder. I think that was a good success. Moderate 80% success, I think. But yeah, that's a trick you can use for achieving the rest of the face. But as you've noticed, as we've been slowly drawing this stuff right here, it's all about shapes. Like, it's basically putting shapes together and then drawing over them to form what you want, if you don't got a model for drawing what you want to draw. And it may seem like a lot of tedious work too, trying to draw, doing these little sketches and making like base skeletons and guidelines and stuff, but it is. But and I struggled with this too, way back in the day before I got a lot more better into drawing. Before I moved out of Vegas, it's like I didn't like doing sketches and stuff like this, because it just felt like a waste of time. I felt like it would be a lot easier if I just, straight up drew the things I wanted to draw immediately, and because I was good at it, or at least in my brain I thought I was pretty good. And yeah, it's like that can work if you're really good at it, if you've really mastered your craft, you can do it without guidelines and stuff, but it's also not too good. And I'll show you what I mean by that. It's like I used to like. I'll take my stabilizer off. It's like I would start with the eyes. And then I would start, working around the face. But you can probably see the problem with this right now is that I drew too big, and now I have not so much room on my paper. If this were paper, that would be the big problem. But since it's digital, I can, with the power of science, I can just do that. And then I would just start, trying to draw the face from there. But the problem with that is that things are going to look. I make more mistakes than I will in the long run. Like the head will more than likely not look too good. See, I've already overextended on the cheek here, just by trying to do the old method I did long ago, and I can't even begin to imagine how I fucking did this with my art. But I can understand why there was a lot of mistakes in it too. So, it is a good idea to get used to making guidelines and stuff when you're drawing your art, because for one, it will make sure that everything you're drawing is correctly placed. It'll actually look as it should, at least as close as possible in your head. And the second is you won't end up making size mistakes in regards to wasting your paper if you're using traditional medium, or if you're, if you're using traditional media. I don't know why there was going to be a if. You want to, guidelines are very important, and it's not a waste of time. As long as you're drawing is never a waste of time. Like, I've come to enjoy doing the sketching phase a lot, because sometimes I like the way sketches looked when I make them. And then, if I like the way the sketch looks, then that means, like, the more complete thing is going to look even better, because then I'll be making more cleaner lines, I'll be fixing up all those little mistakes I see in my sketch. Don't hate the process, I would say, is the thing. Because there will be a point, there's always a point at some point where you're going to hit like an art wall, or you can't seem to draw anything because you're in a funk, or something else, and if that lasts a long time, like it did with me, or it's just like it ends up being like, okay, it's just a couple weeks. No, now it's a month. Now it's several months. Now it's a year. Now it's 2 years. Now it's, oh god, I've lost track of time. When's the last time I ever tried to draw something? I just can't seem to fucking do it. It's gonna be terrible for you when that happens. But by enjoying the process of, sketching out things, you can kind of counteract those kind of dry spells, because when you're sketching stuff, you don't have to worry about making correct proportions and stuff when you're drawing things, because it's like both a practice and also... Is that just something on my screen, or... No, that's actually... Why is that not erasing? Oh, because I'm on the wrong layer. Pay attention to your layers. That's an important lesson as well if you're on digital. As I was saying, it's like, because of sketching, you don't have to worry about, being correct. You can relax, take your time. You can edit mistakes that will just get a feel for things, or just, warm yourself up. It's very good like that. So, if any of you are actually in the Discord, or have a means to show what you're drawing if you're drawing along. Do share if you can. But we'll repeat the head lesson one more time, just so it sticks in. So I'm gonna clear this out. I said... Oh, that's why. Layers, I swear to God. Pay attention to your layers, people. Pay attention to your layers. Alright, so, to reiterate, when making a head, make a circle. Doesn't have to be perfect. It can be wobbly or sketchy or whatever. In this case, I'm going to do sketchy. So, just so I can make it relatable to those without the tools. So, sketchy circle, and then find out where you want your center point of your character's face to be. Like, if you want to do front, then just a simple plus. Dead center. If you want your character facing directly at you. If you want it to the side, then determine, thinking in a 3D space. That's something you wanna keep in mind when doing heads. Don't think of it as just a circle. Think of it as like a rubber ball in your hand or some shit like that. And again, don't worry about how good it looks when you're in the sketching phase. Otherwise, you're going to get caught in a perfection loop and then you'll get nothing done. And once you've decided what angle you want your character's face to be in, then you can place the eyes, which tend to be not too far from the center point. Oops. And you want to put the eyes pretty much like dead center along the horizontal line of your character's face, because that's basically where the that's what that guideline is for, is where the eyes are going to set upon. I should have mentioned that earlier. Forgive me. I suck at tutorials. And now we need to get the rest of the face. So let's determine where your ear is. I'm gonna make an elf ear over here. Now, if you're not doing an elf ear, normal ear is kind of like half an eye. So it'd be like that. That's an ugly looking ear. I'm trying to make the things I'm drawing in a bit more darker, a bit more heavy in outline, so it stands out from the rest of the sketch. Now, we want to define the head a little more, so it's not just a floating head. So we'll make the cheek and the indent on the face. Towards the... curving it towards the center guideline. And then from that point, curving right back up to the ear. Or you can do the upside down round triangle thing that I tried out earlier, if that works better for you. And just for tutorial, and there we go. Kind of have our basic head right there. And for those who don't want to do side, I'll do like a frontal. Frontal positions, I think, are a bit harder, honestly. They never look right to me for some reason. But more the reason for me to practice them. So this one's going to be facing forward. So we got our guidelines here. And then we'll place our eyes. That's a bit too far. Now, if your drawing app has the functionality, you can use the symmetry function, as you can see right there. Now, depending on how your app works, you know, it may be a pain in the ass, or it may be simple. But symmetry basically mirrors what you're drawing on each side of the line that you're making. So in this case, I'm gonna back up here. I'm going to place my symmetry line right there. That should be the center. I'm gonna lock it. And so now, as you can see, it's mirroring what I'm drawing on each side of the line. And it's very useful when you're trying to mirror things, like like a frontal facial position, because then things will, if you do it right, they will position themselves correctly. So in this case, I'm gonna turn that function off, which is the line crossing. So I'll get a ruler out. There we go. And that's symmetry functions can be pretty useful when you're like doing a front-facing position. There's still an amount of trial and error depending on your familiarity with using it. Like, as you can see, I'm redoing where I'm placing my eyes and stuff. And I'm going to try that upside down triangle thing again for the face. Though in this case, it's more of like a, it's more like a rounded angle bracket because of the symmetry tool going into function. Now it looks more like a monkey face. Not terribly successful this time. Or I might just be thinking about it wrong. Maybe if I just I guess that works. I guess. Let's erase some of that. I guess it kind of works. It depends on how your character style wants to be. See? Happy little mistakes, as Bob Ross would say. Like, we could have it like that. We could. I think I did the upside down triangle a bit too big. I mean, this would be good for like an old man face though. So that works out. Yeah, let's I'm gonna work off this for a bit. So I'm gonna work off this one because I got inspired. So yeah, it kind of looks like an old man face. You know, nice big rounded fat. Let's give him some like. Let's give him a beard. Yeah, see? Look at that. Inspiration comes at random times. Happy little mistakes, as Bob Ross said. How you doing, trailer? But see, that's what I'm saying when it comes to doing the sketching phase. Like, have fun with it. You might accidentally make something that, that inspires you or pops an idea in your head. Little mistakes aren't the end of the world. In fact, they could be the best things ever. But anyways, that's it for heads. So that is it for heads. I hope that was useful. We're gonna move on to bodies now. So you can erase your paper, get a new sheet of paper, or make a new layer and disable the previous layer if you want to. We'll be starting fresh, using what we learned about heads and now attaching it to bodies. So, in this case... Whoops. I forgot to turn symmetry off. Remember to turn off symmetry if you're using it. There we go. Okay. Alright, so... Now, for this, don't go into too much detail with making your head right now, because we're going to be focusing on the body. So, make your general circle so you know where the head is. And since we're doing chibi, I should probably enlarge that a bit. Yeah, there we go. Now, if you got any questions, again, for those who just came in chat, feel free to ask them, and I will try to clarify. Trailer. Alright, so, the way I do bodies is, I like to use the bean method, which there is a tutorial in that playlist I mentioned before at the start of stream, where it's like useful art tutorials, I think I called it. And one of those tutorials does the bean method when it comes to bodies. And the bean method is, I feel it's probably the best method, at least for me personally, because it does get that like that playful, squishy kind of shape that's usually in cuter chibi SD kind of characters. Plus, I also found it's useful for normal drawings as well. Like, for instance, back up to my gallery here. The first time I tried applying it to that method to non-chibi characters was this drawing right here of Andromeda. And I'll just go into a different layer here to show what I mean. Yeah, I think this one will do. So, and I will. I don't have a way of lightening everything, so let me think. What color should I use? I guess I'll use black. I'll use black. So on her body here, as I'm going to show, it's like this is the first one I used. I tried applying the bean method to the body, and so the bean method is basically making what do you think is the perfect chibi head to body ratio? That depends on the kind of chibi that you make. It also depends on your style. Like there are chibis where it's just basically big head mode with tiny body, And then there's chippies like Cherry over to the side where it's a bit more proportional, but the head is still bigger than the body by far. But I will get into. I think I will try and get into that later. So, again, with the bean thing, you're drawing like a bean shape. So let me make a new layer here, and then I'm gonna whitewash everything. Okay. So if the bean, you're making like a little bean shape. You know how beans look like, right? Kind of like that, except not as wiggly. And it's because of the way that beans are shaped. Where it's like if you took apart the human body and like left the torso, it kind of resembles that shape. If you can try to not graphically attach that image to your brain, just think a little more simplistically. You know, as if you're like taking apart a mannequin or something. So, in the case of Andromeda over here, the bean shape would be like that. You see what I mean? It's bean shape. And that's that's kind of the important aspect of when it comes to like drawing characters and stuff, be it normal or SD, is like, you know, breaking down the pieces parts into simple shapes so that you can make them better after you get out of the sketching phase. So like over here with the arms, well, if we kind of break it down into simple shapes, the shoulder is kind of like, the shoulder would be like a circle, because it's like a joint. Joints are usually represented by circles, like on a drawing model. So kind of thinking of that regard, that image also helps when you're trying to do your little planning phase. And the arm is kind of like two different shapes, like two different pieces parts here. So it's like, they're like kind of like ovals in a sense. And then it's like the two ovals kind of like, you know, intersect with each other, connected at the joint by like another circle where the elbow is. The hand is where the problem happens. The hands are always a problem, honestly. And but we're not getting to that. And it goes the same way with kind of like the legs and thighs. Admittedly, I might have messed up with her leg, maybe. I don't remember. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's like the legs are kind of like alternative arms, in which they're two pieces connected with a circle in the middle where the knees are. And the foot is a little more simple. It's kind of like a rounded teardrop triangle shape or whatever. However you want to do that. But that's a mini tutorial within a tutorial. So like bean shape for the torso, and then you got your limbs being like ovals and circles and shit to map out where you want to put your stuff. So, anyways, back to our chibi. How big? How to make? What is the head to size ratio? Let's you know what? Let's have a couple of those in here. So let me move this head off to the side over here. This one, I'll designate that head as the super deformed chibi, in which the head is way bigger than the body. And then I'll have another one over here. I need my pencil color. There we go. What the? How the hell did I do that? That's one thing I still hate about Sketchbook is accidentally grabbing the rotator icons there with my pen. Okay, so we're gonna focus on the super deformed chibi. So with the if you're doing like the super deformed chibis, where it's just big head mode and tiny body, the head. Imagine this is the well, imagine that this is the size of the head, and the size of the body will be we'll just about roughly that size. And usually super deformed chibis like this, they are very simplistic. Like, you can just basic shape this shit to easy mode. So, and I'll show you right here. So there's our little bean body, very cute and adorable. And we'll just get the right leg here. And we'll get the other leg over here. Again, thinking in a 3D space helps out with where you're supposed to place things. So I need to check myself so I don't lose you in this regard. So obviously, when I put the sled over here, imagine this little spot on the bottom part of the bean as like the butt area, the bottom of the torso. So clearly, this is where the thigh would be, and then the leg, where you want it to go, would be like this little, because it's simple. This would be where the leg goes. So there's our right leg, and then if we're thinking in a 3D space here, like, you know, imagine the bean torso here being an actual object. Well, then logically, the other side of the bean is where the other leg is going to be. So then, we just, you know, just draw our other leg, keeping in mind where the foot is of the other leg, so we don't make it too long or too short. Let me draw that again. Or rather, let me get a ruler. And when it comes to where you want to draw the leg, you can do what I was doing and just like start from the thigh down, or you can start, or since the chibi is very, you know, simplistic, we can start at where the point of the foot is and draw from there. So, like, you know, maybe do like a guideline. Yeah, like that. That's we'll call that the quote-unquote bone of the leg, like a stick figure. And then we'll just do a little rounded thing, and there we go. We got legs. We got legs on the chibi. Now, I think I placed the body a bit too high? The head a bit too high or low? I think I did, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take my selection tool, go into lasso mode, and just draw around the head so I can adjust it. Now, if you don't have this kind of, ability because you're using traditional media, then you'll have to do some erasing, unfortunately. Now, what to erase? I'd probably say the circle, maybe, so you can just place it on top of the bean body and adjust it if you want to. Good job on explaining chimneys. My incompetently brain would fry if my parents asked me what a chibi was. I think any parent or person who's not familiar with anime would ask that question, honestly. Okay, so I move the head a bit, and I don't want to erase. Here we go. Pay attention to your tools. Okay, that's a bit better. That's a bit better. Again, it all comes down to style. How big you want your head, or how little you want your body, or just how you want to look in general. Fun fact, this is my first time drawing this kind of chibi. So, yeah. Anyways, now that we got our more proper adjustment for my head and body here, we're going to do the arms. So, just like with the legs, how we determined where the legs are, we're going to do the same with the arms. So, if down here is where the bottom part of the torso is, then up here is where the shoulders and the arms are going to be. Now let that linger there for a moment. So we're just going to use the same logic for the arms as we do with the legs. So we're going to make a little stick figure to determine where we're going to put our arms. So I'm going to do a hands on hip position. So one line here for the upper arm, one line going this way to the hip area. And I'm going to have this other arm extended. So you can do 2 lines, or you can just do 1 straight line. Not too long though, because again, chibi. Getting the arm length will be a challenge until you can learn to measure it out by eye after a lot of practice. Because as I've always said, that art is a never-ending practice session. You'll always learn something new or some new trick or technique by experimenting. So you can kind of see how the form is going here with our little skeleton. So let's add the flesh. Or rather the shapes. So we'll start with the hand that's on the hip here, if you're drawing the same kind of chibi I am. If you're drawing anything else, just draw the shapes like we did before. Now if you're drawing the same kind of chibi I am, you want to just a small little oval for that forearm right there, and then another little oval going towards the shoulder like that. Zoom in a bit here. And this might be confusing to the eyes, so if you need to, use your eraser to just erase the under oval, which would be the back arm here. And that way you can keep a more coherent vision of what you're drawing. If if it's getting a bit too noisy for your eyes, which it can. That is a thing that can happen in sketches. So yeah, see? There we go. It's looking more like an arm now. A very, very simple arm. Now we'll do the other arm over here, which is just a straight line, because the arm is stretched out. And I'm going to cut it a bit short before the tip of my skeleton there, because I want to make a tinier oval. That doesn't look good. Kind of a sort of kind of bean shape going into the arm here to be kind of like a hand. And so we'll erase that just so it's a bit more clearer. Yeah, there we go. Though this little part is a bit too out of there, so I'm gonna fix that up. Yeah, there we go. Currently trying to copy as best I can and remember what you're saying. I know. Don't stress out too much about it, Daniel. Mike, I'm not good at tutorials, so I'm trying the best I can to make it not as complicated. I have to, which is why I need to check myself whenever I'm doing things, because it's like, wait a minute, they're not. I'm thinking a bit too far or too fast or something like that. But yeah, it's there we go. We got ourselves a little body. Got ourselves a chibi body. But that is basically the gist of it. If you're doing like super deformed, it's very simple body posture. Very simple bodies. Very simple shapes. You don't need to worry about details. It's very easy. It's easy to have fun with that kind of chibi. So we're gonna go over here now, up towards the not so super deformed chibi that I'll be drawing. In fact, let me grab my selection tool. I'm going to place a super chibi over here to a different layer. That way I don't accidentally mess up things. Layers are your friend if you're using a digital artwork thing, digital art app. Layers are your friend in avoiding horrific mistakes, but they can also be your enemy if you don't pay attention. Hey, Crap Pudding. Your thinking is essentially like Sonic slowing down so that Tails doesn't get left behind. Yeah, pretty much, Crimson. Pretty much, Trailer. Pretty much use the many layers, but not a lot compared to other artists. Yeah, when you get more confident with your skills and your workflow, as I'm gonna call it, with how you draw things, then you can end up using less layers, or you start figuring out tricks and tips to mitigate the absurd amount of layers you're making if you're making a ton of them. Like, I used to have, like, I used to just make so many layers. But then I kind of began to streamline it to where I I have a layer mentality or plan or I don't know how to call it, a system. I have a system of how I do layers. I can't put it into words at this moment, but effectively once I'm good, once I've solidified what I'm doing in any particular layer, and I know I'm not gonna edit it anymore, I'll like merge it down into other finished layers, depending on their category. It's yeah, I'm trying to put it into words, but I can't. So that's an entirely different tutorial. So we're going to avoid that right now. Also, hi Moss, how you doing? How you doing? If you want to join. Get out your drawing app and join the fun. We're learning to chibi. We just did a basic super chibi model right here, little body and head. Very simple stuff. If you want to go over that, then there's no shame in rewinding the stream a bit or the VOD later on, if you want to catch that. But right now we're going into normal chibi, quotation marks. Alright, so normal chibi, I'm gonna enlarge the head here a little bit because it's a bit too small. Enlarge it just a bit. Yeah. I'm not home, man. That's okay. Enjoy the spooky lo-fi music from Lo-Fi Girl. And, I don't know, take notes or enjoy the arting. Alright, so for normal chibi size, I'm gonna have Cherry jump out of her corner here for a bit. So we got Cherry here. Yeah, she's not proportional to the circle that's behind her, but with the magic of zooming and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so the head, yeah, head would be roughly that size, I think. Now this is me kind of cheating because I'm using OBS and the drawing app to proportion out what I got here. Thank you, Cherry. Back in your corner. So yeah, that's using the power of technology. So the body, and I'm gonna quick sketch. So don't worry about if you can't follow along with this one. I'm just doing this to further answer Leaf's earlier question on head to body ratio. So so the head will still be big, but in terms of everything else, it's I'd say kind of the same. I mean, the head's a bit smaller compared to the super deformed. So we'll show that right here. In fact, we'll get both of them out. Hey, get back up here. And this is why I put them in separate layers. How cute. Yes, they are. They are cute. Chibis are meant to be cute. But yeah, I hope that kind of answers it. Like, it's... Again, it all depends on the style you want to do and the type of chibi. Like, if you want to do like the quote unquote normal chibi like I am, then it would be the left one. The head is big and the body is smaller and more simpler, like Cherry's is. But I would say, let me see. It would be, let's put a definitive measurement to this, because I cannot comprehend an answer to this, honestly, off the top of my head. So the best result for me would be to just literally, make a measurement answer in terms of heads, which is a trick a lot of artists do in terms of determining height of their characters. So I'm going to make another layer here. And I'm going to fade out the chibi body there just a little. So, based on the measurement of the head we made, I am now going to copy that head. I don't need to do that. What am I doing? I can just duplicate the layer. Okay. So, I'm going to move this downward. So, 2 heads. And now for the third one. And it looks like it's going to be about 2.5 heads tall. And by heads, I mean the size of the head that you drew. I'm going to fade out the body just a bit more, just so the circles are evident. Sorry about my zoom in over there, but that's why I have 2 windows showing what I'm drawing, just in case. It's like 1 to 1.5 and maybe 1 to 0.8. Yeah. So in the case of the chibis that I'm drawing here, it's about 2.5 heads for the quote unquote normal chibi. And over here on the other side, I'm gonna duplicate that one. And move that over. Is that the same size? Is it the same size as... Oh, wow. Did I... It's almost the same size. Almost. But I'll use it anyways. Yeah, just... yeah, like 1.8, I would say, on the super deformed. Now, I'm going to point out again, this all depends on your style and what you want to draw. So these measurements are not de facto set in stone, the standard, or whatever. This is what I just literally hashed out from the bottom of this is what I literally just hashed out from the top of my head. And to try and explain things. It may work for you. It may not work for you. Or maybe it will inspire a new technique from the depths of your brain that will help you draw what you need to draw. And that's something you should always take with you when it comes to looking at any tutorial, be it mine or something else on YouTube. Because, like I said earlier, like the bean technique I took from a different tutorial, and it's slightly adjusted from other things I've learned, but it's mostly the same at a base level. But yeah, it's like, tutorials are like they give ideas and tricks, and take it as like, okay, so don't take it as how to properly do things, but take it as like, like you're going to a skill shop in an RPG, and it's like, oh hey, here's a technique for casting fireball. Oh, here's another technique for casting a different type of fireball with the same result. You know, if that makes sense. Like take the knowledge into hand, and then you'll find out what works best, or you might combine the two to make your own fireball. But yeah, if you want to go by this measurement scheme I have just concocted up, go ahead if it helps you out. Because at the end of the day, what is going to matter is the finished product of what we're drawing. Not the sketch and measurements that we have. The measurements are just to make sure that we have, you know, what we're making look proper when we get to that. You know, it's the skeleton of the thing we are making. Like I said earlier with the Minecraft analogy, it's like using scaffolding or dirt blocks to build the shape of what you want to build in Minecraft. So I'm going to merge all these since I'm not going to edit them again, but I would like to bring them up in case I need to reference them again for tutorial purposes. Uh-oh. That's no bueno. Okay, yeah. Whew. That would have been catastrophe. Pay attention to your layers. I don't know how much I need to stress this, but pay attention to your layers. Because then you'll make mistakes like that, and if you don't realize it immediately, then you're up shit's creek. And in the unfortunate aspect that you are at shit's creek when you reach your layer memory limit on whatever app you're using, if there is one, and you can't undo yourself back then, or you've done so much that undoing everything you did just to fix something is more of a hassle than anything, then there are ways to fix it, especially if you're in digital art. Ironically, with the very layers that screws you over. But that's an entirely different tutorial. I'm going to have to make a list at this point. Okay, so we got our body shapes here, and I'm going to erase a little bit of these. I'm going to erase some of these guidelines here to reduce visual clutter on my end. Alright, so I think we got that for the body. So we understand now how to do bodies. We got the bean shape for the torso, if you're using the bean method. And we got simple shapes for the limbs, be it the legs or the arms. And of course, if you're doing super chibi or regular chibi, head to body ratios and size difference. Super chibis are very much smaller, very bigger head, very smaller body, very simpler. Normal chibi, mileage may vary. But basically the same basic simplistic shaping. So now that we have our chibi and our body, actually, I'll ask the chat, do you have your chibi and body ready? Or would you like to practice a bit more? before we move on to making a more definitive outline. And while that's going on, I should probably mark out my head. Guideline my head. Head. I'm going to have my chibi's head in a more upward pointing position. Hello, Star. Welcome to the stream. I'm attempting to teach how to draw chibis. If you would like to follow along in your preferred art app, you're welcome to. Though we might be passing the sketch phase right now, depending on chat, if they're following along. Here's a chibi I prepared earlier. But I'm assuming chat's ready to go. All set for moving forward with the next phase. I may need to adjust the guides on the Super Chibi. Probably a bit more over here. Yeah, that looks a bit better to me. Alright, yeah, we'll move on then. Okay, so now that we got our, now that we have our basic skeleton form, sketchy, whatever, we're gonna refine the sketches now. So, in a new layer, we're gonna start with the Super Chibi, so, I've layer goofed again. Okay. Pause that for a second. Here's what you do in the case of a layer goof. Like in this case, I accidentally put a guide and and eyeballs on the wrong layer, not on the proper layer of the normal chibi. So what I'm going to do is, since it's a very simple mistake, I'm going to take my selection lasso. Gonna select that eye and guideline over there. Gonna cut it out. Go over to the normal layer for my normal chibi, and then I'm just gonna paste it. Simple, easy fix. Now, anyways, get out of here. I'm going to move our Super Chibi into center here. Now, on a new layer, actually, back up. On your super chibi, if you're doing a super chibi, I'm sorry, I'm screwing up here. This is why I don't do tutorials. I am not. I'm all over the place. Focus, Chaz. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to fade out our sketchy. Not to the point where you can't see anything you've done, but just enough to where what you're drawing in the new layer is going to stand out against your sketch. And that's part of why I also use blue when sketching out my sketches. Because in the new layer, we're going to use black. Or at least I'm going to use black. You can use whatever color you feel is perfect. Because this is going to be the refined sketch, in which we start adding a bit more detail into our basic shape chibi. It's still going to be sketchy, but it's just going to be putting a little more effort into it, if you will. Like 25% more effort now. So I'll just demonstrate here a second what I mean by it stands out a bit more against the sketch. So right here, so you see I'm using black against my slightly opacityed blue model, and the black stands out. I can clearly define what I'm drawing and adding to my shape, and this will reduce any visual confusion when you're refining your picture. And of course, making it on a new layer means you don't accidentally mess up what you've already made to help guide you to what you're drawing in the end. So I'm going to, and again, if you have a line stabilizer in your app, this would probably be a good time to start using it, so you're not, if you want to reduce like messes or whatever. Or if you've gotten really good, then you don't have to do a second refined sketch phase. It's all, again, up to you. The power is in your hands on how you do your workflow. Shut up, phone. And I'm going to use the line stabilizer at 56 for me. So, I forgot to add cheeks on my chibi, on my super chibi. So I'm going to quickly do that. On the proper layer. Hey, thank you for subscribing, stars. So, oh, wait, am I? Okay, yes. I need to kill the stabilizer because it's actually preventing me from drawing what I want to draw. Alternatively, yeah, for super deformed, you probably don't even really need to. You don't really need to get rid of the majority of the circle because of how simplistic they are. This just came to me. So we're getting that a lot. It's like I'm realizing shit as I'm tutorializing with you guys. So this is a learning experience for both of us, honestly. Because yeah, that looks a lot better than what I was going to do with the ear earlier. Also, we are drawing carpooting. This is not gaming in whatsoever. We are far removed from gaming right now. Unless we do the game of art. In which case, yes, we are gaming. Alright, so now that I've done what I needed to do with what I forgot to do in the other layer, we'll go back to the refined layer. Hopefully that adjustment I just realized did not throw anyone off. I'm sorry if it did. Alright, so... So, as this is the refined sketch, we're basically just, like I said, refining the sketch we did of our basic shape and adding definition to what we want to draw. So in the case of the head here, I am defining what I want the face to look like as I sketch it up with the black outline. Trimming out any excess stuff or any errors I happen to come across in my sketch. Now, you might be asking, how do I know if I've made an error? That's hard to explain. Admittedly. The best I can tell you offhand is if it looks wrong. But that's not 100% accurate estimation of did I mess up. And in that case, this is where I would say, you know, if you have a reference for learning how to draw stuff, that would tell you exactly, you know, anything that looks off to you. So if you have like a favorite artist or something who makes chibis or whatever art style you're trying to learn, you know, we're looking at that and examining examining certain things, you know, will give you a nice direction of how things should look if that's the direction you want to go in when you're drawing stuff. But as far as the does it look wrong at a glance? Well, that's where things like knowing how the human body looks comes into play. Like, you know what a human looks like. You are one. You look in the mirror every day. And then that might be a weird disconnect when making super deformed characters like this. But, as you can see, despite the very squishy circle head we have here, and the ear off to the far side, it still looks good. Like, you can recognize that as a human head, right? It's just simplistic. So it's hard to give a really good explanation of what I'm trying to say here, I think. I guess trust your gut would probably be the simplified version of that. And if it isn't, then this is why it's still in the sketching phase. Because if we find out as we progress along that something doesn't look quite right, then we can easily fix it in another layer or when we start going into outlining. So again, this is why it's important to not think of this preparation stuff, sketching, guidelines, shapes, and all that stuff as a nuisance when you're making art. It's part of the art. It's to ensure that what you're making is going to look as good as you can possibly do within your skill level until you level up and increase your skill level. It's drawing, and if I've learned anything when it comes to drawing, it's like I like to draw, and being in a dry spell where you can't draw anything or you don't want to draw anything or, you know, just not drawing at all is fucking torture. So I am immensely grateful and happy that, you know, that I'm even doing sketches and stuff when I'm doing my artwork, because it's not really a waste of time. If anything, sometimes just doing little random doodles and sketches, you know, without any goal in mind, can help unclog the clutter in your brain that's blocking you from doing art when you have an art block. Like, for example, save that. For example, going back in my gallery, when I did this one, when I did this artwork over here for Anazar, I was just I was part of this was I wanted to learn how to make abdominals. But it's like I was kind of in a mild funk. Like I wasn't able to really draw seriously for some reason during that brief time. So I just like, I kind of want to learn how to abs or whatever. So I just, was looking up tutorials and stuff. And I tried, the sketches are not in here, I think. I don't think I had yeah, I do have the sketches in here. So let me remove these. There's a lot of shit to remove in here. Jeez. But I was just like sketching out stuff. Just trying to figure out, stuff, just sketching. And as I was like sketching and following a tutorial on how to do abs and stuff, like it unclogged my damn brain to where I was able to make the artwork that I had on here, that I showed here before I disabled all of it. But yeah, it's just I don't see doing like the sketches and guidelines and stuff as a nuisance anymore like I used to, because it gets me drawing and that's what I want to do. So that's if there's any really good solid advice I can give you in that regard, it is that right there. Is that don't think of the whole sketching and planning phase as a nuisance or a time sink for getting the art done, because it is part of getting the art done. And plus it gets you drawing, which is what you want to be doing. So back to our super chibi over here. Let's further define things. So we're going to now define the eyes, if you will. So I'm going to briefly make a new layer, just so I don't mess up anything. Good practice. Good practice if you're going to experiment doing certain things and don't want to affect other aspects of your outline. Which trailer knows, because trailer mentioned that they do that. So for the eyes here, we have simple ovals. I mean, that can work if you want to do a simple oval eye thing for your super chibi. I mean, it works out. It's cute. It's simple. But if you want to do more defined eyes, then this is what we want to do. So first we want to make like the outer shape of the eye. And this, again, is highly dependent on what your style is. In the case of what I'm doing, it'll be according to my style. So don't feel bad if you are not replicating what I'm drawing in this regard. Your style may differ. You may prefer like the Akira Toriyama eyes, which are very angular and sharp. Like this. Or you may like the kind of eyes that I have on Cherry over there, which is basically my style, but a bit more friendlier. My hand is gracing the phone, which is why it's doing that. In fact, we're getting a mini tutorial on eyes here. And there's kind of like, I guess the more... I like Sadamona's eyes from the Eva manga. I'm not familiar with those. I've probably seen it, but I'm not drawing an image in my mind. Let me. I'm gonna bring that up on the side here. Not on the side, but I'm gonna go over on my internet browser here and Sadamoto's eyes. Okay, so Evangelion. I just want to see. I want to see that image. Open image. Okay, there we go. Can we zoom out? No, we can't zoom out. Okay. All right. Let me bring up. Yeah, that right there, Shinji, right? Oh, chat's in the way. Let me... Here we go. Oh, hey, how you doing, bro? Cat saviors. How does I not catch fire? Answer cat. Exactly, Lee. Welcome to the show. I'm sorry, I was busy. I hope I didn't miss you too hard. No, I didn't. You just arrived. You just arrived. I'm trying to teach art. But those eyes, right, Daniel? Alright, let me see if I can replicate that. I'm pretty sure I can. So it's like, it's kind of like, kind of similar to my style. Well, it's a little... Zoom in a bit. Alright. So it's kind of like a halfway between Toriyama and mine. I remember someone saying that my style kind of reminded them of Rei Tanaka, I think it was. The mangaka for Inuyasha and a couple of others. I could see it in some of my art. My line stabilizer is screwing me up here. Oh, and my finger is screwing me up. God damn. Yeah, it's all good. I'd say join along with us in the drawing, Lee, but I don't think you have that. I don't think you have an art program or something. It's not an exact, but kind of similar, I think. Of course, I think the more defining factor of drawing an eye is more in the coloring of it, which for Shinji here, as I'm looking at it, is that's the eraser. Why am I doing that? Is more like Kind of like that. Just grinding out some stuff on Tactics, as you were. How is Tactics Remastered, by the way, Lee? Does it hold up to the original, or are there some minor hiccups along the way? Alright, let's compare that with YouTube here. Yeah, I think I got close enough to nailing it. I think I'm gonna add that to my my knowledge base of arting. Thanks, mate. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Daniel. Yeah, for the Eva eyes, it's not much curve. It's like it's like a let me see if I can simplify this. It's kind of like a whatever shape I would call this. Kind of like a pizza slice without the tip. That's a terrible terrible analogy, but I think it fits. I think it fits. Yeah, it's kind of like a pizza slice without the tip. And then you don't, and when it comes to eyes, you don't want that. You don't want these sidelines here. So you want to erase those sidelines of the proverbial pizza slice. Except for when it comes to the corner here, you want to at least have that little corner edge to define the eye at the top and bottom corners here. And then the eye placement is dependent on where your character is facing. So if we were going to again reference Shinji, his eye would be where that little example up there is. So it would be, once again, eraser. Why are you doing that? Go away. So the eye would be yeah. Kate, come on, pencil, please. So the eye would be right there. And then you would just, color the... I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead of myself here. I find finding the shiny spot in your eye is good for figuring out how you're going to color in your eye. Oh yeah. So for Daniel, that's your Ava eye tutorial, I guess would be it. Hopefully that helps you out there. But there are many styles of anime eye, so I would say look up your favorite anime artist or mangaka. Study how they draw their eyes and just kind of practice it like we did here in terms of making eyes. Find out which eye is going to suit your character best and also meshes with whatever style you personally have. So yeah, I'm going to hide those eyes now. Otherwise, we might get like eye phobia or whatever that thing is, where the fear of eyes watching you from everywhere starts kicking in. All right, so going back to Chibi tutorial. So what we want to do is with the shape of our hey. Okay. So with the shape of our eye here, just marking it out for you so you know where we're looking. This eye right here, the one on the outside. Doot, 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 doot. We're going to draw the outline of the eye itself, which is what we were just practicing. So, for the sake of Daniel in chat, I'm going to do an example of doing Ava eyes here. So let me put my stabilizer on. Now, given super deformed characters are, exaggerated, you may have to exaggerate the lines of the eyes a little bit. Make it bigger than what is normal for that character. So in this case, the proverbial pizza slice, if you will, is going to be a bit larger. Down to where the bottom of your word I'm missing here, of where your sketchy eye is. And again, this is not the way I typically draw. As I was about to do earlier, I typically just, I draw the outlines, as is, instead of doing the little pizza skeleton thing there. But, now that I've done it, I'm just like, you know what, that is actually kind of useful. And the chibi's gonna be looking at me, and the head's tilted up, so I want the eye to be a little upwards, not the same as our sketchy. So I want it to be right up here. There we go. Draw the eyes, Shinji, or Ray will have to do it again. Draw the eyes, Shinji! Get in the fucking arm. Get in the goddamn art mech. Now, there's a mild thing that's tripping my trigger right here, and that is the edge of the eye right here, right there, as I'm marking it. That little bulge in the eye right there is kind of making me, it's tripping my "this doesn't seem right" trigger. And I may just be imagining things, but the only way I'll find out for certain is if I fix it to where it stops making me think, okay, that doesn't look bad. So, let me remove my arrow here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of troubleshooting, and that is I'm going to do like a little dash here to kind of like show the outline of, you know, the pizza slice, for lack of a better term. And as far as it is correct. So this is my eyes playing tricks on me. Wow, eyes playing tricks on me as I draw eyes. Fucking meta. So the eye the eye is logically correctly placed as far as I can tell. So I will instead not fix that and leave it alone. And now we'll go on to the other side and do that eye. Get my stabilizer back on, jeez. Now, as I look to my left at the picture of Shinji, and I bring him back up again, you can see that it's not exactly a proverbial pizza slice on the eye that's furthest away from our view, the left eye, or rather the right eye, because things are reversed. But I'm going to call it left because we're looking at it directly left. The left side of the image of which you are viewing right now. So it's more of a different shape. I'm not sure what kind of shape to put that, but it brings up another aspect that we aren't really touching on, but that is perspective, and how objects change the further away they are from you, the viewer. And I'll point it out here with Shinji's face here. If you look at the right eye that we've been basically drawing this entire time, you can see that the right eye is a lot bigger. And wait, actually, do I have my, I do not have cursor on. Okay. Okay. So, can you show my cursor, please, OBS? OBS, why are you not showing my mouse cursor? Okay, hang on a second. What the hell, OBS? Why are you not capturing my cursor? God fucking dang. Grr. Grr arg. Arg grr grr grr. Oh, okay, there we are. Okay, there's the cursor. Okay, so as you can see here on this eye, right here where my mouse is, it's a little bit bigger than the other eye over here. And that's the matter of perspective that we haven't really crossed. But when you have your head in a position like Shinji's head here, where it's a bit off to the side, you know, the 3/4 perspective, I think it's called. This side of the face, that is not what I wanted to do. This side of the face, right here, is going to have anything that's on that side is going to be smaller as compared to stuff that's on this side of the face. So the right eye is going to be a little bit larger than the left eye. And that may also change the shape of it because of how the head is tilted. These are advanced shit that, you know, the professional artists, like, you know, the guys who made Ava, have to consider when they're drawing their characters and stuff, depending on what positions and stuff they are in. But that's a whole lot of info and stuff that we're not going into, but it's something to keep in mind if you're it goes back to when I was saying thinking in a 3D space when we were making the circles for our heads and stuff and positioning everything. So, in that case, we need to make the eye just a little bit smaller than this one. in a little bit different shape. Come in. I'm going to leave that little bit of the side of the eye there for a second, just so I, actually, no, I don't need to, because the eye is going to be on the other side of that line, so never mind. Never mind. I'm overthinking things. I'm going to, yeah, give a little more of that corner right there. And this one as well. Now we'll do the eye. And since it is, and you want the eyes to be in the same quote-unquote position. What's going on over here? How did that get erased? My hand must have erased it. You want your eyes to be, you know, in the same position, because, you know, kind of think about how your own eyes work. Like, you're not going to be able to... Your eyes don't go in different directions when you're looking in a direction. They pretty much go in the same position as the other eye when you're looking somewhere. Unless you're wall-eyed, in which case, I'm sorry. So, to simplify what I just said, our left eye is going to be basically in the same general area as the other eye is. And you don't want to overdraw the eye so that it's, you know, outside of the area your eye is in. So none of this right here, because that doesn't look right. Because then now you're outside of the border of where your eye is supposed to be. Though, now that I have done it, it looks more... They seem like they're looking more straight ahead. Which, you know, not what I intended. But I'll actually go with that. Happy little mistakes, as Bob Ross would say. So now we got our eye. We got our more definitive eyes. And what I usually like to do is... when it comes to the eyes, is I also want to get like that, a little bit of the eyelid. Just like, you know, a simple little line over where you made the, top of the eye, the eyelash. I believe that's what that area is. It's not congruent with, well, it doesn't match Ava's style, so, I'm gonna challenge myself here. So I'm gonna remove that. Don't do what I just did. We'll do that for the other chibi. But with Shinji's face over here, you can see he's got something right here. I'm not sure what that is, but that is part of the eye style for Evangelion. I suppose we're just gonna make Shinji the super chibi at this point, just because. Why not? And then we also got the eyebrows right here. Oh, I'm not even on the right thing. Yeah, I am on the right one. Okay, never mind. Don't worry. OBS confusing me. The eyebrows. So, let's go back. And we'll just add that little... I guess it's like kind of like a eyebrow crook or something. Something like that. And then we got the yeah, that's like a kind of sort of I don't know the words for it, but the thing kind of like with the eyebrow. So we'll get the eyebrow going, which is kind of like it's like a thicker sort of line. So like, jeez, not like that. So like, what you want to do is do like the bottom here, kind of like that. Get the bottom of the eyebrow shape, and then it's like a little bit thicker in the middle and tapered off towards the end. So it would be right, that thick right there, and then we just go across a little bit upward, not too much, and then back down. And I've messed up here, but that's okay, because this is the refined sketch. So we can just correct ourselves. And we can erase that stuff. Easy. No problem. It's probably a little bit thicker than what Shinji has. So I'll just take the eraser and correct myself again. Oh, wait, overcorrection. There we go. And as we go back to reference Shinji once more for the eyebrows, you see that's kind of the basic shape of the eyebrow right there. Now we got the other side, which is a little bit of a reversal. It's a little bit more thicker on the right side, and then more thinner as it goes out. And that might just be a matter of perspective, or maybe just the style. Who knows? I can't say for certain. But there you go. Hey Psychon, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So again, we'll just do the same thing like we did on the other eyebrow. Get that bottom part so we know where it is. And then we'll just kind of thicken a little bit at the beginning there. Oops. Okay, I gotta taper that. Shrink that eraser a little bit. Okay, there we go. Much better. Much better. Okay. And we'll just erase the extraneous junk to get the shape we want. Yeah, see, there we go. So there you go. We got our eyes. A little bit of a process because we decided to change up what we were what we were drawing. Well, at least what I was going to draw. Our super chibi is going to be Shinji. The other chibi, I don't know what I'm going to make it, but there we go. He's got a tired look to him, don't he? So let's add the nose. Now, some chibis you don't have to add a nose for. again, that's a personal style thing. Like, as you can see with Cherry over there, she don't have a nose there. So we can do nose or we can do no nose. Let's see how that works out. Let's the nose style for Shinji is in 3/4 angle is kind of like, it's like a rounded kind of like triangle. So it'd be like, kind of like that. And coloring wise, it looks like there's a bit of shading. Kind of like looking back and forth between the image in here. No, come back, sketchbook. Yeah, it's kind of something like that. Though I don't think I'm gonna have that. But the basic nose shape is right there. That little rounded triangle kind of thing. And it may not work out. It may not work out. But that is to be seen. So for now, we'll leave it there for now. And if we decide it's not gonna be a thing, then we'll just erase it. Easy. Positioning's probably off too. I'm gonna move that eye, just that eye, not the eye, the nose. Gonna move that nose just a little bit more, a little bit down. Yeah, because normally noses are supposed to be a little bit low, or supposed to be lower than the eyes. Hey, Jenka, welcome. We are drawing. How you doing? I'm trying to teach how to draw. I don't know. I'm not liking the nose. I'm not liking the nose. You're not gonna have a nose, Shinji. Or you're just gonna have a simplified nose, which could be just boop. No, you're not gonna have a nose. I deny you a nose, Shinji. And now let's get the mouth on here. So, if this is where a nose would be useful, because we can determine where our mouth is gonna be to a degree. But since we don't, the mouth is usually not too far. No. In Shinji's normal art, the mouth is like somewhere up here. Which, now that I've drawn that line, probably would work out. So, I'll try to mimic the mouth he has at the picture I'm looking at. You know, that actually works. That actually works. That's not too bad. Alright. So, we got our head then. Our head is head. It is head. And then we can put a little detail in the air if we want to. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Or actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to retry and do that. What? In the correct style. So it's Shinji's little ear shape is like up here. Just that. I'm sure Eva has its own style for their chibis, so I'm probably not even correctly mimicking them. I'm just taking what I see from the image when we were talking about Eva with Daniel and applying it to the chibi. Which is why I say, which is why I say you should probably, you know, just do your own style. It's a lot less stressful, because you're not having to adhere to any one particular style. But sometimes the best way to learn a particular style, if that's what you want to do, is to, well, refer to the art that you are wanting to emulate. So now, let's... How the fuck do I keep getting these weird lines? Just random lines every time I try zooming in and out. Gaming. We're still drawing. We're doing the game of art carpooting. Alright, so we've defined our head a little bit better. We'll get into the hair later. Right now we're just doing the body. We're doing the body and head. So, as we got here, we have our simplified body in the background there. And what I'm going to do is I need to... Can I zoom out? Yes, I can. Okay. I'm zooming out Shinji's picture. So I can see... So I can see these outfit. Or rather, what I should be doing, since we're referencing, you know, the robot boy here, is... Let me add Shinji to the search. And I'm not going to draw him in the Ava suit, because that's a detail. I'm going to have him in his civvy clothes. Because that's a bit more simple, I think. More conductive to the tutorial, I think. But I need a full body picture. Oh, well, there's the Ava suit concept. Thanks, internet. Unfortunately, internet search is giving me everything but Shinji in concept art, despite the fact I added Shinji to the search. What a pain. I hate internet searching sometimes. Let's give me his dad, Asuka. It gives me the fucking Avas. Doesn't give me Shinji. What the fuck? Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Zoom out. No, get rid of the zoom. There we go. As you can see, it's Like I say, even get Shinji full body art, and it's not giving me Shinji. It's giving me everyone else. Where is this one? Where's this art right here for Shinji? That would be perfect to reference. Or this one right here. This would be good. This would be good to reference for Shinji too. I guess looking at all this concept art also gives an impression of how the professional artists, you know, do their things too when it comes to anime and other stuff. They make all these like rough drawings and sketches and stuff, which is again leading back to what I've said earlier, that sketching and stuff is not a waste of time doing these outlines and sketches and guidelines. Also, welcome to the stream, Apollonia. I don't know what you said there. I can't speak that language. I'm sorry. Here, let me bust out. I need to bust out my translator. Give me a second here. Translator. Hi, I like the style of design. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Apollo. Alright, you know what? Let me kill YouTube there. I guess I'll have to wing it. I'm gonna have to wing it from an image. So, which is fine. I do that a lot. I do a lot of winging. So let me find. I know there was an image of him in civvy clothes somewhere in here. Cause swore I saw. Okay, yeah, that looks like it. Can I send a screenshot? Like up from his knees, but it's in his plug suit. I mean, I wanted to go for the civvy clothes, but I mean, if the plug suit is all I get, I can find that easy. So I guess we'll do the plug suit. It'll probably give me better results. Oh my god. Okay, so that's what I got when I searched for Shinji plug suit. It literally gives me chibis. I don't even have chibi in the search, as you can see, but that's what I get. Just holy shit, what the hell? I'm not sure if I should be creeped out by this or just I'm actually both. I'm amused and creeped out. Like how? But again, this goes back to something I said earlier, where it depends on style. Like this is clearly chibi, but it's definitely of a different style. But it has the same tenets as chibis, where the head is bigger than the rest of the body. Though in this case, the body is very ultra thin. But hey, it's a good enough reference for me to look at. That's amusing. That's absolutely hilarious. I found an image of him in civvy clothes. Oh, nice. Thanks, Daniel. Though, I've already decided we'll do the plug suit. Might as well. It probably is. Now that I got a good look at it, it is much more simpler in design than clothes. But you can draw semi-clothes if you want to. It is your call. All right, so back to the body. Let's Okay, so he's got like little shoulder plates on. We'll start with the shoulder plates. So it's got like a little curve right there, and then straight edge. This is kind of... I think this is devolved from being a tutorial at this point. That's, I'm sad about that. I need to pause and refocus myself here. I don't want to devolve from the intention, which was being a tutorial of how to draw shit. So, let me think here. So we are in your refining sketch, and we're drawing the body. This is where we start adding stuff like clothes, where we start defining, the shapes of the body parts and stuff a little bit further, so that once we get that fully sketched out, we have a more clearer look at our character and what we're going to draw in the final outline. So in the case of Shinji here, we're sketching out his actual plug suit on top of our little sketchy mannequin that we made earlier. And whether you use a reference or if you're making your own character and clothes, that is wholly on you and what you're doing with that character that you're drawing. And again, since we're still in sketchy mode, we're just in the refined sketch, you can still make mistakes, and you can still correct them easily. So don't worry too much about perfection and making things look right. You're still getting the basic fundamental shapes out of the way, but they're more defined now. Alright, so got that shoulder piece. I probably made that a little too big. Shouldn't be extending that far to the elbow. It's about just before the elbow, it looks like. It's the same for the other side. Now, you'll probably run into an issue like right here, where it's like, how do certain things of what I'm drawing look like on the other side of the body based on the position of the thing that I'm making? Like, for instance, the shoulder pad here, as I mark it. How does the shoulder pad that I'm drawing here look on the opposite side of Shinji's little body here? And that's often a very hard question to answer. Like, in the case of his plug suit here, it obviously it obviously looks the same on either side. It's just, how does it look based on the position of his arms and stuff? And it's a hard thing to tell if you're not familiar with a character's design. And in those cases, like how I'm going to have to do this, because I'm not terribly familiar with Shinji's design, is a combination of seeing references if you got them, or using a bit of logic, which is what I'm gonna do. So that the logic approach is something I don't recommend doing unless you are very good at kind of hashing it out in your head, seeing stuff in like a 3D space in your brain to how it might look on your drawing. I don't recommend doing that unless you are very good at doing that way of thinking and doing things. But the if you're unable to figure a way to do it, then the last result kind of approach is to just basically stay calm and try to draw what you're trying to draw in that area until it looks correct. It's not the most elegant approach, and it's definitely not the best approach. That's why I call it's like the last ditch effort in trying to get what you want. Because sometimes, like before with the eyes, happy little mistakes may end up inspiring and creating the solution that you need. So I think that might work out. So we need the chest plate on the armor here, which, based on my reference, there's a little line there that goes here. And just above his midriff, a little bit above his midriff, around the chest area is where the armor plate ends. So that would be right about there. So I might have gone a bit too far in those little lines there, so I gotta back up. I hate it when I do that. Okay, right there. Are you grasping yet how, about what I said earlier about, sketching not being a waste? That it's, that lack of having, mounting stress from making constant mistakes or errors and, having to fix them. Since it's in a sketching environment, it's not only easy to fix those mistakes, but there really isn't any pressure to get things right yet. Like, see, like, this should probably be just a hair bit lower than where I put it. I'm just gonna put the O1 right there. It's not exact, but we'll get to that later, if I can. So I think that's right. And I'm likely not going to get the design perfect when it comes to Shinji here. And I'm not going to really worry about that. Because I'm not going for accuracy. I'm going for a lot of things, honestly. I'm trying to tutorialize. I'm also trying to draw. And I'm trying to also maintain a little bit of semblance of what he looks like in the end. My job is a lot more complicated. But I'm having fun with it, honestly. And that's the important part. So, it's got like this plug suit has like a black side trim to it, it looks like. Just above his knee. So, let's start from the knee, which would be right here for me. In fact, there's a little bit of a, I'm gonna call it a cyber line, where the knees are. I'm gonna get my stabilizer up. There we go. Yeah, the feet are all like that. Okay. Now, when it comes to the chibi feet, super deformed or otherwise, again, that's all the style. You can have the little pointy nubs, or you can flatten it out just a little like I am right here. And there's the shoe. The shoe actually has like a little bit of a bottom thing right there. So I'll just add that there. And remembering, as a whole, when it comes to chibis, things are a lot simpler. So little details, like on Shinji's model that I'm referencing here. Little things like, you know, how the bottom of the shoes have that bottom cushion right there. You know, that stuff can just be ultimately simplified into what I did with the chibi here, which is just having that right there. As I pointed out with the arrow. Okay, so yeah, plug suits on. Let's get that black part of the plug suit in. So be like that. Curve it up a little towards the top of the thigh. Jagged part right there, going along the side of the body. Yeah, just like that. So I went out a little bit too far in my initial line up here. But that's okay, because we're sketching. That's not okay, because I erased it all. I meant to hit the transparent pencil. So, side trick here, if you're using Sketchbook, or if you're using any similarly functional art application, where you can set your color to transparent like this, where it's like a checker box, or any other character color like that at will. Setting your brush to transparent is kind of like an alternative eraser, I find. So, because eraser has its own kind of like, I guess physics we'll call it, at least in Sketchbook it does, depending on what eraser you use. And sometimes that I don't need that like extra feathered out edging that the eraser does, but I want something more precise, like I'm using my pencil still. So that's where setting my pencil to transparent, works as like a secondary, more precise eraser for me in some cases. But that is that's a little technical trick I'll impart to you in what I do my stuff. And based on the position Shinji is in, the black part is not going to show up on this side, on the other side, so no worries there. And in the refined sketch, if you're obviously drawing you're going to be drawing clothes and stuff, so it would be in your best interest to figure out the folds and the pinch points of whatever clothing your character is wearing. In this case, there's going to be a bit of clothing pinching whatever on Shinji's torso here, on the plug suit. Which now reminds me that I will have to give a brief explanation of, Chaz, how does I do clothes pinching? And that's a hard one to explain. That's a bit of a hard one to explain, honestly. So, what I'm going to do first before we get into the clothes pinching is get the rest of the suit detail here on Shinji. So it looks like that black outline goes up right about here on the inside of the arm and slightly to the outside near the elbows. And then, yeah, like that, I believe. Yeah, just like that. So this whole area that's going to be all black when we get to coloring. So now we'll get into folds. A brief, quick and dirty thing about clothing folds, and this depends on the fabric of what kind of clothing your character is wearing. In Shinji's case, he's wearing basically a near skin tight suit. So not too unlike Cherry in her cat suit over there. And clothing folds they're difficult, I'm not gonna lie here. Figuring out the logic with clothing folds can be quite difficult at first until you start to get a feel for it. Like, even I still have some issues depending on the clothing. So let's try and do some examples here. So let's say we're going with a dress, and you know what? We'll use the other chibi model as a example here. I'll make a new layer as well. but not before adjusting position. I said, quit lagging. Lagging bad. Or rather, no, let's not use that. We'll use the super chibi again, since it's more defined right now. All right, so we'll let's go with address here. So something simple. Don't mind any of this intro stuff. I'm just getting at the basic form. Alright, so we're gonna have a dress that has like little frills at the bottom. Kind of like that. So there's a lot of different approaches to how people can do like frills or clothing folds or stuff like that. So for like, say you want to do like a fanned, whatever, I don't even know the word for it, a fanned kind of dress. One method I remember looking at was is again with basic shapes. So if we were looking at a dress simplistically, it would kind of be something like that, right? Let me refine that a bit better. And for all intents and purposes, you know, if you're doing a simple children's drawing, yeah, that outline kind of it works for showing a dress. But if you wanted to make like a dress that had like little frills and stuff on them, you know, give it some detail, then that's where problems start to arise. And by problems, I mean logic errors in the brain, for lack of a better term. So if we wanted something that's like a little less simplistic, then let's see if I can remember here how to do this, because I don't do it all. I don't draw a lot of dresses. So say we wanted to give it like a bit of a waviness to it. So what we want to do is, one, get rid of this bottom portion, and we want to kind of imagine which direction the wind is blowing, I guess we'll call it. So we kind of want to say we want the wind to go in, like, you know, this direction. Put that arrow there for reference. So, given the wind is pushing against our little chibi here, we want to try and simulate the physics of how the dress is flowing in her brain. And this is an advanced kind of thinking that you may or may not be able to do. So the simplest I can try to parse it for you is, you know how wind works against your clothing. Like, your clothing basically shoved against your body and starts flapping about as the wind, you know, laps at it from behind. So kind of think of that when you're doing something kind of like this with a flowing dress or hair or anything. So the back of our chibi's dress is going to be relatively This is advanced geometry, people. Kinda, sorta, except there's no numbers involved. So the back of our chibi's dress will be very closely against the skin. So you can draw the outline of your dress on the backside a bit closer to the outline of the body, like so. Hey, come on. And make the dress about that long. Now we get to the wavy part. The bottom of the dress will be where we determine our waves. And this part is a little bit simpler, because you can kind of just pull it out of your ass, per se. Just kind of make it wave, just like little random wavies. So, like, kind of like that. As I am failing to not pull it out of my ass. Yeah, we'll go like that. We'll try working with that. And so there is a part so at the edge of the dress here, kind of want to make like a little curve going into behind the leg, and oh, there you go. Now you got something that looks a little bit better than just, you know, a straight curve like that. This is probably going to be the weakest tutorial part, honestly, because this is still a lot of unfamiliar territory for me, because I'm not. I kind of just go by feel, which is not the best approach for many people, admittedly. Now, thinking. Now, dresses often have like little, you know, folds and stuff within the middle part of the dress as well, when moving about. Those are kind of hard to determine as well, I find. Can I please have my pencil? Jeez. And usually I find that I really got no better way to explain this other than, you know, experiment and see what looks good to you. Because I feel like, this line I'm drawing right here constantly, like, that seems correct to me in a way. This is very terrible tutorialing. I feel bad, but then when I connect the line there, it doesn't look too good, so. Clothing, fabric folds are very hard, so I highly suggest not listening to anything I said, aside from trying to do the wavy dress. And look up various tutorials, because there are a ton of them for clothing folds. Though, one I feel a bit more confident in trying. And let's just erase some of this over here. Let's pretend this extended arm is holding part of the dress. So it would kind of look something like this in the simpler. kind of way. And then like a little bit of a hang underneath the arm here. But that seems a bit too much, so I want to make it a bit more looser. So let's extend this bottom part just a little more. Like that. Oh, wait, did I just... No, I almost, but I didn't. I thought I thought I made another happy little mistake. But I technically kinda did. So I'll explain that once I do that. Hi, welcome to the stream, Marco. How you doing? I am haphazardly trying to explain coving? What is wrong with me? Clothing folds. Okay. And yeah, let's make this a little... I want to deepen this just a little more. Yeah, like that. Like that. Okay, yeah. We'll go with that. And I'll erase this. Okay. So we'll go with this for now. So when it comes to... We'll call it pinch points. Like when someone's, like with our chibi here, grabbing the end of the dress, there's going to be folds coming out from where it's grabbed, as well as the fabric around the dress also being altered in some way. And these are a lot more simpler than what I was trying to do earlier, what I was trying to do not too long ago with the flowing dress. And basically, this area right here, where the hand meets the dress holding, that's the pinch point. That's where a bunch of fabric is gathered into one point. So I'll put an arrow there. And so what we want to do for our fabric is, you know, this is definitely... Again, this is more doing it by feel, but it's a lot more successful. So we want to draw like little curved lines that kind of match the general outline of the dress, the outside and the inside. And they don't have to be the entire length of the outline. They don't have to match the entire outline. They can be short. They can be, like, medium. They can be, you know, a little bit dashed. Like, you know, you can erase some parts of it. And sometimes that's a more effective looking way to go about it sometimes. Not succeeding in this one. So, kind of like that, but it doesn't look too great yet, and that's why we need to get a bit more. So, it's yeah. Again, this is where I'm going to be like, it's a lot of trial and error until you fully kind of grasp how clothing works. And to that, I would suggest, aside from looking at tutorials, kind of look at dresses. Kind of look how they look for pictures of the positioning of dresses you want to see, like, you know, flowing in the wind or being held up by hand like this, etc. But yeah, it's kind of like that. I'm sorry, I can't really explain it all that well, because this is an area I'm not good at explaining at. It's more of a feel for me, and the best advice I can really kind of give towards that is you just need to practice. Reference things that have reference clothing with folds in them, see how they react against like a character's body and stuff, and kind of work it from there. And eventually you start to get like a feel for it where you can make your own folds, and you can blah 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 blah. You can hash out the logic from them and everything. I'm sorry. I am abysmally sorry for this particular part of the tutorial, because it is utterly not helpful whatsoever, because I cannot explain this. My brain cannot comprehend the words I need to tell you in a simplistic fashion of how to hash out how you do clothing folds. And that's unfortunate. So, again, massive sorries on this. This is definitely something you have to get a third-party source for, because I cannot explain it. But hopefully the image I have here, the little rough sketch of what I did make with this chibi, kind of gives an idea, I guess, or inspires a kind of, okay, so that's what it kind of should look like or something. It's fine. Kind of defies the explanation. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But anyways, get rid of that dress now. Goodbye, dress. Back to Shinji. Back to Shinji. We're getting back into Shinji. But yeah, folds and stuff. It's a thing. So I woefully cannot help you there. So, be like this. Wait, I'm not on the right layer, am I? No, I'm not. And I need to get that thing. So be right there. Okay. think I'm missing a part of his plug suit that I'm not noticing here. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's little rings on the wrists. That's a mistake on my end. This is where I need to get another reference, because I can't. Oh, okay, I see. I see now. Okay. Alright, it's not what I thought it was, but that works all the same. So, yeah, it's like a little wrist thingy. And it's got little orange protrusions. That does not look good. That circular bit does not look good. So, while we're trying to hash this out still, how is everyone's Friday, aside from the drawing? Actually, how's your drawing going? Hopefully as good, hopefully better than expected. I hope I am teaching, at least on some capacity. Ah, so there is some detail on the torso there. Okay, that's something I did not see in the reference I had. So right about there. Yeah. My stabilizer is actually getting to be a detriment. Okay. Friday was good. Drawing is going good too, I think. That's good. That's good. Any more details I'm missing here? Well, there are finer details and stuff on the armor and whatnot, but I don't need to do those. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good enough. I can't go too hard on details with a chibi. With super deformed chibi. I feel sorry for anyone who's watching who's watching this in VOD format. Maybe at some point I will actually write out a more coherent script and make a video tutorial, which will be better. But this was kind of spur of the moment in my head like a day or two ago. And I'm like, you know what? It'd be fun to like teach people how to draw on stream. Alright, so finally, at long last, we're going to draw the hair. And this may be as simple or as irritating as imagined. So for one, we can ditch our guideline sketch since we have the outline of the body and everything now made. Because now we're just placing a wig on our little tiny chibi. So we're going to make a new layer, because we don't want to screw up any of our line work. And if you're also drawing Shinji, well, it would be a very fantastic idea to refer to however your character's hairstyle, how his hairstyle is, like I am. If you're making your own character, well, that depends on the hairstyle you're making for your character. So, in this case, we're going to abuse Shinji here and give him some varying hairstyles as examples of how to hair. So let's we'll go through a few hairstyles here. So if you do hairstyle like I do with Chibi, like with Cherry over there in the corner, say hi, Cherry. Say hi. Hi. So if we're doing a hairstyle like I tend to do, like with Cherry over here, then it's pretty simple. And what I tend to do is I kind of visualize the hair in my brain, how I want it to look. And there's a couple of ways we can go about this. So I'm trying to parse this again, simplify it, because I've drawn it so much that I can pretty much go by muscle memory and shit like that. So I need to break it down for you, unfortunately. And that's a challenge for myself. But a key part of it is, throughout any drawing, is visualizing what you want to actually draw, which is why we've been doing all this drawing in the first place. You want to draw something that's in your brain and put it to paper. So with hair, you want to... The way I do it is I kind of just start with... I'm in the wrong layer. I kind of just start with making, like, the curve of the hair part that I want to draw. And as you can see, I screw that up many times. And two ways I can go about this is I can do the sketchy method, which is... Hey, Psychon, welcome back. The sketchy method, which is simpler, it's messier, but you can parse out a shape much more effectively than doing what I do, which is, making the outlines and stuff like this by feel. Kind of like that. But that's not really learning how to do it, per se. That's making lines. And while it can work, doing it by feel like that, it may not work for everybody. So in this case, I'll show the sketchy method, which is basically just doing the same thing, but just kind of sketching it. And your results may vary again, because that doesn't work. Or you can do the alternative sketchy method, which is just, fucking doing lines like this, one at a time. Which, again, results may vary. But it's not the most elegant nor surefire solutions. Hey, Carpoding's been here. He's been here for a while. He's been lurking. A other technique I found is that I just found before stream, actually, was there was a simpler way of doing hair, which I want to try out. And that is basically the same thing I was doing when I typically do my hair. And I'm gonna do Shinji's hair, which is basically doing the shape things. The shapes. What do they mean? So hair. Okay, so his bangs go just above his eyes. So right there, that's gonna be it's gonna be the line limit of where his hair is gonna be. No, not there, not there. Yeah, right about there. I'm gonna use that as a guideline. New layer. And the actually, now in retrospect, I need to try that on the other chibi. But basically, it's like getting the overall bang shapes out of the way, and then once you got the bang shapes out of the way, which tend to be, very simple and in regards to characters like Shinji, where it's like it's kind of like the leg shape we use down there for him, where it's like kind of like a half seed shape, pointy rounded, kind of like that. Pointy, like a pointed oval, something like that. Half an eye shape, whatever you want to call that. And then there are some variations to it depending on where you are. Like sometimes it'll be curved like that. It'll like be like a little curve, almost like you're drawing a leaf. Like this can also be a shape for a leaf as well. Like I'll show you here. Like yeah, it's like a leaf now. Got leaf. And see? I've taught you how to draw leaves. There you go. Yet, ironically, also hair at the same time, with if you don't include the veins of the leaf. And then got other spiky hair, like, you know, what is it? Like Yu-Gi-Oh style. Leaf learning how to leaf. Very cool. Yeah, they're very true. Very true indeed. Like, again, this is one of those things where it's like, depending on what style you want to reference or take inspiration from, study it and try to replicate it. There's no shame in, there really is no shame in, like, finding your favorite picture and, you know, studying it, you know, sight tracing it, or just, you know, tracing it in the background so you can get a feel for it with your muscles and whatnot. Because that referencing is how you learn stuff. I know some people probably will be like, oh, no, it's copying, it's plagiarism. It's like, you know, people fucking copied trees and people sitting on fucking stools naked and other shit. People reference things that they want to draw, and then they use that information and experience and levels they gained from doing so to draw other things after experiencing how to actually draw those things. So, no, referencing is good. Like, tracing is a way of learning. The problem when it comes to tracing, or, you know, when tracing over something, is when you claim that is 100% original, yours, and all that other shit. Like, if I wholesale copied that image of Shinji I had, and I drew that, and I, like, showed it to you, like, hey, I drew Shinji. It's like, nah, I clearly traced it. That's where the problems arise. I mean, yeah, technically, you did draw Shinji. But, 3 a.m. challenge. It's been really fun drawing with you before she's 3 a.m. Gotta hop off, probably watch the video out there. Yeah, no problem, Daniel. I'm glad you came in. Enjoy your sleep. And, yeah, I'll see you next time. Thanks for stopping in and drawing with us. What time is it? Well, actually, it's 3 p.m. on my end, so you're like 12 hours ahead of me. Damn. But anyways, we'll get back to hair now. Back to hair. And, okay, yeah, I drew on the appropriate layer. So I'm gonna erase that. Another thing to kind of take note of when it comes to hair is positioning and I guess order of operation would be the hey, how you doing, Bust? How you doing, Sasquatch? Welcome to the stream. Is I guess for lack of a better term, layering. Not layering as in, you know, your actual layers, but the position of your bangs and stuff. Like, for instance, this first bang I put here, it's going to overlap the bang that is next to it, because in terms of a 3D space, it is in front of the bang that I just draw here. So you need to keep that in mind, especially if you're like in a 3/4 perspective like this chibi here. And other such nonsense like that. Objects that are closer to you are obviously going to overlap objects that are further away from you. Now, there are other... It's coming to me as I'm drawing this. If you trace, I feel like it'd be like 50% on you while the other 50 is on the artist. Like, yeah, you traced it and you still drew it and all of it, but... So just credit to the OG artist and we're good. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's like... Hiding the fact that you traced something, or that you used a reference or something, is probably where the issue is. Like, if someone asks you, it's like, oh, did you use a reference or trace, and you decide to not divulge that information upon being asked it, that's an issue, because you're lying at that point. No one likes liars. But I think people probably lie in that regard, because they feel ashamed that they traced it and they didn't draw it of their own accord without any help. And there really isn't any shame in that. The problem, again, lies where if you start taking credit where it's not due. So it's like, how I learned to draw a bit better before, digital art and all that was more prominent in Photoshop and all that, was I sight copied the pictures that were in my PlayStation manuals. So I drew like Mega Man X, I drew like Iris from Mega Man X, I drew Rudy from Wild Arms, even Siegfried from Wild Arms. I drew everyone but Jack from Wild Arms. I remember that. Siegfried, Cecilia, Rudy. I drew like other random character. I drew Link from Ocarina of Time. I drew a bunch of other video game characters from my gaming magazines and instruction manuals, just from looking at them. Even then, it's like I still made a lot of errors and stuff when I did that. But I learned the style and stuff of those characters and other things that stuck with me throughout the years, and until eventually I got confident enough to try and draw my own character without looking at another picture for inspiration. And the first results of doing that were horrifically terrible. Like, my characters' heads would be something kind of like this. Like, this is simplifying it, but get rid of that. The heads would be... the heads would have, like, giraffe neck syndrome. Like, the neck would be not proportionate. Was the fire put out? Yes, it is. If it wasn't, I would be dead right now. The fire got put out, like, roughly in, like, 30 minutes or so, I think. They took care of it before it spread, thankfully. But yeah, my characters would they wouldn't look this bad, but the proportions would be that bad in this regard. Alright. Shinji has little head dealy bobs on him. So I should probably get my stabilizer back on. Should probably add that. Yeah, it's got little black zigzags on him, so... yeah, like that. There's a little black spot on the end here. Yeah, there we go. And his bangs kind of jut out over here. If I'm thinking again in the 3D space, bang kind of juts out here. Yeah, there we go. And his hair is not very spiky on top, it's smooth. It's a smooth brain, so... figuring out the, where the hair is supposed to be in relation to your character's skull is a little bit of a puzzle too. But it's not too far off from where the skull is. I'd say probably, depending on how thick the hair is, probably around there. And if it's thicker hair, then obviously much more. And Shinji has a little dealy bob at the center, so I'm gonna find the center point here. Yeah, right there. Zoom in. Come on. Now he's got the other dealy bob over here. So that's kind of like that, I think. Yeah, like that. Big thick thing, slightly thinner, thick again. I gotta thin that out. I made it too thick. There we go. And over here. There's a little circle thing. But we can see a little bit on the inside. Get rid of that guideline. Now, in retrospect, now that I'm looking at it, I can make the hair a little bit thicker. A little bit higher up from the skull. So, we'll correct that. I don't need to move the dealy bob, I think. wonders of digital. Okay. Now, it just hit me again. So another kind of simple way to plan out your hair is figuring out the shape of your hair, the front bangs and the back bangs. So, for instance, like with Shinji here, I'll try to quick hash it. So the bangs have like the little dealy bobs here. And it'd be like kind of like that. So that'd be like the front bangs. And then we have the back of the hair, which is the rest of it, which would be like the back here, the little shark fin. And then there you go. You said you live in California? No, I'm in Idaho. I am in the Idahos. The land of potatoes. Delicious potatoes. But anyways, yeah, back to the front bangs and the rest of the hair. Like, if the bangs are going to be like the frontal part of your hair, so that goes in with the whole, you know, order of operations, I guess I'll call it, where it's like stuff that's closer to you is going to be in front of stuff that's further away from you, 3D space and all that. But if you sketched out your hair or something, then you know, having different layers for your front bangs and the back part of your hair would be pretty helpful. Let me grab the other, because I need to see. Okay. Yeah. I live in Texas. Hopefully the good part of Texas. Yeah. So he does got like a little spike, some spikage here. That leads into a bigger bang. Of course, a simpler way, since we are still in sketchy mode, or should be, because I just caught myself again being less than being stupid, and that is I'm making this harder on myself than it needs to be by being perfectionist, and what I should be doing is just practicing what I'm fucking preaching. So I got a mess of lines here, but that's because in my brain I said fuck this, and then just made the little shapes, and I'm just going to erase the lines that are conflicting with the sense of shape and form, and get the hair that I want. Because I'm not in the outline phase, I shouldn't be worrying about redoing my lines perfectly. Ugh, jeez, I hate it when I do that. I hate it. You see, like I said, caught myself. Fucking caught myself being stupid. Back of his hair is short, a little bit of protrusion in the back. And smooth in the back. And so I can get rid of the visual clutter, I'm going to erase his head. His bald head. Because now he has hair. He's beautiful. He has a head. But now we have a slight visual error. Inconsistency, you might say, and that is the hair. Well, it's a little bit small compared to the head, because you can see right here the head is protruding a bit further out from the hair, and that kind of looks weird. But being that we are in sketchy mode, we can easily fix this and actually apply a bit more style. And that is, you know, since it's a vague shape, we can just, you know, thin out that, indent the cheek a bit more if we want to. Get rid of this. Oh no, that's the eye. Okay. And then we can erase. We can erase this outside line here. And it looks a bit better. A little bit better. Though I don't like how fat his cheek is. And that's probably because we got rid of that upper part of his head there. So, in that case, that was a fix that did not pan out. And those tend to happen. So, in that case, thankfully, since our hair is in a separate layer, we can do a bit of a fix, an easy fix, and that includes erasing all this extraneous bullshit. And then deselecting. And then we'll just... There we go. Yeah. We'll just expand the hair. And we'll adjust it with the positioner a bit. The benefits of digital art. See? Yeah, that's actually looking a lot better now. And then we'll just correct a little more. We'll add a spike over here. Sketch that on over to that to connect it. And there we go. We fixed it. Looks much better. Though, the outside bang here kind of looks a bit out of place now. So, I'm going to fix that. Perhaps shorten it just a little. I think that works better. That works good. Bob Ross in the modern era. Pretty much, maybe. But yeah, there we go. We have done a refined we have finished our refined sketch of what used to be. Let me merge that down now that I've done it. Of what used to be this. We went from this to this. It took a while, but that's because I was explaining things and giving examples and being a complete moron. So, yeah, that tends to happen. It can happen, and it will happen, but don't be frustrated by it. Don't be frustrated. So, it would be after this part that we would start actually making the solid outline. Which means, new layer. There we go. That's it. And just like before, we would just fade this out a little bit on the opacity meter. And this is where we would probably pick a new brush. If you're using Sketchbook, I'd transition from the hard pencil to either the inking pen or the dream brush. And I think I'll do the dream brush this time. Because it's been a hot minute. Now, when you're doing outlines and stuff, line thickness is kind of important. And depending on the resolution your image is in, you'll want to use certain pixel sizes for your pencils and brushes and all that other shit. But I don't have a surefire way of telling you what pixel size you should use. That's all dependent. But it does matter in how your lines turn out when you draw them. So it's something to keep track of to see which line suits you better. When you're doing your outline. So in this case, 3.5 might actually be 3.5 or 4.5 might be the best. Yeah, I think 4.5 might be the might be a good size for this. So now, yeah, we are drawing gamers. So now that we have approached the outline phase, this is where you want to utilize your tools to make as smooth and unbroken a line as possible when you're making your shapes. This is where you start taking things a little more seriously, because this outline will basically be the finished form of what you're drawing before you get into coloring and shading. And if you're using an app like Sketchbook, the best routes to go about this, if you're confident in your physical drawing prowess with the stylus, then you can use the steady stroke to set it to the correct, the correct tolerance or whatever it does, the right stability for you, and then you can just hand draw it yourself, which can lead to, having your style transfer into what you're drawing. Or, alternatively, you can use the ruler guides, like the circle, like the bend ruler, to get the shapes that you want, and the shapes and curves that you want, without having to worry about any hiccups or whatever. The downside to using the ruler and just the rulers, is that you won't be able to do a near continuous line like you would if you're just freehanding it. Like, you can do this, but now I have to adjust the ruler, which may be tedious at times. But the major problem with it is that it creates a broken line, like so. Creates these little things right here, which is kind of a pain in the ass, because then you have to go back and then you need to gently try to erase them. So that it looks like a smooth, clean line. That's usually why you want to use, sometimes that can be circumvented with the circle ruler, depending on the shape of what you're trying to outline. Which, if you haven't realized by now, once again, that word, shapes, the shapes, the shapes, the shapes, the shapes. It's all about the shapes. See, it's a bit more cleaner. And then you'll have, when you're in the outline process, you might come into issues like this right here, where your sketchiness creates some visual fuckery. And you're like, wait a minute, what am I looking at here? Is that the cheek? Is that the hair? Is it both blending in at the same time? Yes, it is. In which case, this is where a final form of editing will take place on your end, in which you have to make some executive decisions on how things are going to look finally. So in this case, I'm likely going to change the hair as opposed to the face. So, in that case, what I'm going to do is adjust my ruler to match the angle of that curve that's right there. And then erase these hang lines over here. Very carefully. And now when it comes to the hair, I'm going to change the angle of that particular bang here so that it lines up and matches up with the hair and the new outline. So how we do that is a little bit of trial of error, unfortunately. But I think a curved bang might work out in this regard, so a little curve there, a little curve there. Oops, too much. Careful. Right there. Okay. And then I'll carefully... There we go. And that's going to end up with me changing the other bang next to it, which is fine. So we'll just... like that. And we can easily just reconnect it to its original shape. Right there. A little bit of editing. I think maybe freehanding might be a better option in this regard. Yeah. freehanding with the stabilizer is honestly a lot faster, at least for me. Now, another thing is, you might have noticed that with the brush I'm using, the ends of the lines are a bit thick. And, you know, it's not a make or break thing, but it does kind of irk me on a personal level. So what I'll do is I will use my brush here, set the transparent, and I'm gonna fix this first. This is not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about this thing over here. That. What I'm gonna do is not that. So I'm going to go into transparent mode with my brush, and I'm going to kind of like draw a line along the same path as the existing line, but at like a slightly different angle, and that will give it that tapered edge that looks pretty nice. And now it doesn't look so thick and dumpy at the end of those lines. It looks kind of fancy. Now, if you got a brush in your preferred art app that automatically tapers the lines like that, then you don't have to worry about this little thing. But if you're using Sketchbook like I am, or your art app doesn't do automatic tapering, then this is a nice little, I guess, hack to achieve that sharpness, that tapering, when it comes to drawing certain lines. And sometimes, whether it be because of the app or just other silliness, you can't seem to get a particular straight edge or form of the line you're drawing, in which case you can overdraw something like I did here, where I like overdrawed the where I'm supposed to be at the corner, because I can't seem to get the corner for some reason, and just, you know, overdraw it, and then go back into transparent mode and just erase it carefully, step by step, until you get the result you want. That's one of the things I like about digital art, is that it's just the undo button itself. Because back in the old days, when you had just paper and stuff, you had the eraser, and the eraser would either be very shitty, or it would eventually tear up the paper because you've erased so much of your mistakes. If you're like me, where you make a ton of mistakes, your drawings look like shit by the time you're actually finished because of all the eraser marks, and because of how hard you're pressing the pencil against the paper. Because when it comes to paper, you have to factor in, you know, how hard you're pressing the pencil against the part. It's going to leave dark lines, which are very hard to erase. But if you're sketching lightly with light pressure on your pencil, you create light lines that are kind of hard to see, but are easily erasable when you need to erase things. But with digital art, you don't have to worry about that kind of thing, because you have the undo button, which perfectly undoes your mistakes. Spooky, scary skeletons in your mind. Welcome to the Bone Zone. And a neat thing also about the rulers is that obviously people don't exactly make perfect circles or ovals or whatever, which is where the circle ruler comes in handy very bigly. Very big, very huge. I love the circle ruler. It's the best ever. Makes the most perfect circles I would know. I've made them. They're beautiful, they're big, they're circular, very curvature. Look at that, it's a beautiful curve, nice from the circle, not so easy, even a mother could do it. It makes art way more accessible, but it's still you doing the art. I think that's what's cool about it. Yeah, digital is a very good halfway point between technology and not technology art. I would say, like, it would be like the halfway point between traditional and full AI. And so we're clear, I don't really have any qualms about AI art. Because there's a couple of AI artists that I follow, and they make some pretty cool stuff. Like one of the artists I follow, Internet Witch, I think I mentioned them. They use AI to create the base form of what they want to draw, and then they go into Photoshop to fix the mistakes and add in things that AI didn't add or that they want to add to it. So it's kind of like a mixture of both using AI and digital with that artist. And they make some really good stuff. Like, I like Internet Witch. They're also the reason that I redesigned Cherry's bodysuit as well. Like, it used to be her bodysuit was a lot more form-fitting than what it is right now. And I'll show that in the app. I'll show the original. Where did my pencil go? There it is. Where are you, Cherry? Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is what her suit used to look like originally. Now, it's a bit more simplistic, a bit more form-fitting, but, you know, it still looks good. But she doesn't have the zipper and more details like she used to. Like she does now. and and I added these details because I was kind of stuck on this particular drawing because the shading was what was getting me problems. Like I wanted the shading to turn out a certain way, but I couldn't get it for some reason. Like it was like a block in my head. So it's like I commented on one of Internet Witch's posts, and like, asked them for advice. And so they put what I had for Cherry at the time without the background because I didn't have it up yet. They put that through their AI, which gave some of the design decisions that I changed for the suit, which would be like I'm gonna highlight it here in yellow, which would be the this area here, where it's a bit more defined on like that center line on the chest, and then there's the zipper also. That was in the AI mock-up that their AI did when they put it through the machine to kind of give me an example of some shading I could do for the suit. So this is a case where AI inspired me to add additions to my artwork to make it even better than it was before. Now, the problem with AI art, and this goes back to the problem with tracing, is when people start misusing it. When they start, when they clearly start taking other people's art and not giving due credit where it is due, or admitting to the fact that that is what they are doing. It's the factor of lying that is the problem with AI art, I feel. When people are being dishonest about it. Like, it's not so much the aspect of one not making original artwork. Like, if you're doing fan art with it, it's fan art. There you go. People do fan art all the time. And if they happen to do it with AI, then okay, as long as you don't fucking lie about it. Like, hey, I used AI and used Photoshop to touch up some problem areas or whatever, and I made this picture of Goku from Dragon Ball Z. That's pretty cool. It's like, fine, yeah. You're open and transparent about it. You're being honest about what you did, and it's fan art. Yeah, and it's a cool picture. Awesome. But when they come out and they like with tracing, they just don't own up to the fact if asked, or they claim it's 100% original or something. That's where the problems happen. That's where it's a misuse of the tool. Now, personally, would I use AI? Maybe. I don't know. Like, I would have to actually understand how to use it first to see if it's worth doing. But just offhand, I probably would not use it much if I did. Like, I might use it for backgrounds, or if I wanted to keep a consistency between my art. Like, in a perfect scenario that I can think of, if I was using AI, I would likely use it to keep my art style consistent. Like, I would train the AI to, understand how I draw things. And so that way, if I told it to draw, like, a comic or something, or an image that I want to make with my characters, then it would be able to do that and stay consistent with my own art style. And then I can pump out pictures a bit more quickly. That's what I think I probably would end up doing if I understood AI a bit better in using it. But I probably would not like it that much because I enjoy actually drawing. Like, the process of drawing is what I like about it. And using AI, that's useful and stuff if I want to get stuff done in a quick manner. But I think overall I would probably prefer to just, draw. 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 It would be, I'd say the equivalent of that would be like having a video game play itself. Yeah, I can, it's pretty much like watching a Let's Play or something. But at the end of the day, I'm not playing the game for myself and experiencing all the joys and mistakes I would happen to come across while doing that. What are you... Pen? How dare you? How dare you, Pen? So, I'm aware of the fact that I am not really tutorializing anything at this point. That's because, well, this is the outline phase. There really isn't anything to impart knowledge-wise, because effectively what you're doing is tracing over your sketch and refining it to a more definitive shape. There really isn't much to teach here because you're effectively just making your sketch not look like a sketch anymore. And that's simple as it goes. You may have to correct a few things like I did with the bangs over here. But aside from that, there really isn't anything else to go on to teach in this regard, because the outline phase is simple enough. You're outlining. Also, I've realized another mistake here that I want to fix, so I'm going to fix that. Because I think that would look better. The main thing here is that you will likely want to go very slow and steady. That way, your lines come out good. And you don't make any mistakes that'll, extend the time that you are spending outlining things. And it's fine to take your time. Art does not have to be done in a day or in a few hours. You're not going to be the fastest drawer ever, not at the start. It's going to take time, and it's going to take practice. Art is a never-ending practice session, and the practice extends more beyond your technique, your style, your coloring and shading. It also extends to your speed in drawing, your accuracy in doing that quickly. Like, there's a lot of stats to grind, and it's going to take a while. But don't focus on that. Just focus on drawing your stuff, enjoying it, and having fun. And the rest will come naturally as a result. Because it is a lot simpler, and it is very much doable if you just stop thinking too hard about it. Because that is the majority problem, is that people put a little too much thought into it. And it's just as simple as doing. And all I have to do is point at fucking PewDiePie. PewDiePie, who didn't know how to really draw. And within a few days, or however long it took him, he went from, just, drawing, shitty doodles and stuff, as you would if you didn't know how to art, into making some pretty damn fine anime characters. And he learned that by putting his nose to the grindstone and drawing. Learning. Just doing it. Just do it! As a certain meme would say. Just draw. If it doesn't look good, then it doesn't look good. That's okay. You learn from making mistakes, and then you improve upon them. You try again better the next time. Just like any good RPG. If you get your ass handed to you by the level 20 boss, well, you go get some better equipment, you level up a bit more if you need to, and then you come back and kick its ass. And if you don't kick his ass, then you need to examine what you did wrong, and then try again from there. The boss will be there. You just have to keep going after it. It's not impossible. The only one stopping yourself from being an artist is yourself. Fuck what other people say. You're the one who decides who draws in the end. I'm going to alter the shape of this particular bang because it's going into an area that makes it kind of clusterfucky. There we go. There we go. Now go back and erase those extra hang lines after I finish outlining the hair. I'm also going to adjust this bang just a smidge. And I'm going to apply the overdraw trick to fix my broken line mistake over there. As well as something else I'm about to explain in just a second. Alright. So, you might have noticed that I purposely thickened the line over here. So you probably noticed right here that I've purposely thickened the line a bit. Now, in some anime artwork, you might have noticed some lines are thicker than others, and I believe they call that line weight. And it usually gives a bit more. It gives the impression of like depth or weight to certain things that it's applied to. I don't have the specifics of how to explain this all, but that's kind of the gist of it. And what I'm pointing out to here is that you can, as a means of fixing a mistake, or rather covering your broken line thing, like when I was using the ruler, is that you can instead kind of just thicken the line a bit. Kind of similar to overdrawing, where I just overdraw an area and then erase it later with the transparency color going on, and then get that sharp edge or smooth line that I want. But in this case, it's fixing the mistake of the weirdness of like a broken line, but adding line thickness to it because you made that extra line. And it can work out, but I'm making it not work out because I'm dividing my attention to a degree here. So I'm gonna undo a bit here. I'm going to try. Can I get my stabilizer back on, please? Thank you. Crank that to 78. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to... Nope, that didn't work out. I'm going to taper it by carefully transparenting the edge a little bit. Okay, I think that works out a bit better. Yeah. I don't have a good way of explaining that one either. But yes, you can see what I kind of did there. Still looks a bit funky though. It's not as curvy, it's kind of stilted. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, sir. So there will be times where this happens. Where it's like, it ain't quite working. It ain't quite working. And that happens. A little frustrating. So in that case, we'll just have to redraw carefully. Until we have a result that looks relatively decent. Which I think this might actually work. Just for clarity's sake, let's ditch our sketch outline just to see how it looks without it. And this will kind of clear the visual a bit, in case you're getting slightly cross-eyed, like I can be. And you can see how the outline looks when it's standing on its own. And you can find little mistakes that you might have missed because of the because of how the sketch beneath in the lower layer is meshing with the outline, and so you'll miss little finer details that might pop up when you clear the field, if you will. Okay. Been drawing for almost 5 hours. We should probably eventually stand up and stretch ourselves. So I think once we finish the eyes, we'll be right back, or probably kill the tutorial stream. Because it's been going on pretty long, and, you know, it's not a good idea to be sitting for that long. And for the sake of, again, just because you're on the outline layer does not mean you shouldn't be utilizing your layers. Keep using your layers to avoid causing yourself pain and suffering as you outline things. So in this case, we're going to make a layer below our hair layer, our head layer that we were making, and we're going to use that to draw the eyes. And, don't do... I hate it when it does that. Sometimes Sketchbook will glitch out with the ruler controls, and they lock into place. Kind of frustrating when that happens. But that's okay. Because I know how to fix it. I'm gonna actually alter the arc of that eye line. And now I'm going to... Yeah. Nope. Zooming in is also can also be your friend, because you can get closer in and nail certain details that are harder, more things that require accuracy. The closer you're zoomed in, the more accurate you can be in those really tight spots. I wonder if I'm going to hold the record for longest tutorial ever. Not my intention, but I just suck at tutorials. I'm not good at concisely conveying information, but I feel the information I give as it is kind of requires that time in a degree, to a degree. Are there things that I could probably cut out to make this faster? Probably. Excuse me. But for what it's worth, if you are learning from this, if you are inspired, then I would say my job is done. Even if it's just a little bit of inspiration, or an ideal that spurs you forward to finding the answers you seek, that gets you to where you want to go. I'd say that's the least I can hope for. Come on. Don't misclick now. Don't be misclicking. Don't be doing that. So, what's your plans for Spooky Month, everybody? What you gonna do? What you gonna dress up as, if anything? I don't have any plans. I will probably either stream or play games. My life is boring. And put much thought into it. Fair enough. It only just started. But I see myself as probably not doing really anything. I don't think I celebrated any I don't think I really celebrated any holidays for a good long time. All kind of died when Grandma died. Sorry, not even Christmas. Yeah, not even Christmas. I don't remember the last time I had an actual Christmas. Oh no, I probably had it in like the sec. I think the last Christmas I actually had was my second year living here, and that was with Cybernethy, which was fun. It was good. It was fun. It was fun having Christmas with them like that. Just kind of a shame that it's kind of a shame that his mental things have the better of him. So, can only hope he's gotten better since then. But I'm not optimistic. Yeah. Like, I think I only get, like, Christmas greetings from, like, maybe 2 of my relatives. My uncle and one of my aunts. But, the other 2 or 3 aunts don't fucking message me. Don't say happy birthday, Merry Christmas. None of the sort. I don't think anybody from the radio station has even messaged me either, which is kind of sad. Because they're supposed to be my second family and all. But it is what it is. It sucks, but that's okay. I am perfectly fine. I'm not in any. Well, I could use some things for Chris. I can use some things, like, new computer and all that shit, but that's those are pretty expensive as it is, so I wouldn't have expected them as Christmas gifts from people anyways. I'm more than content just enjoying the holiday, playing games, enjoying whatever free games on Steam or whatever people might give me. And if not, no big problem. We'll say though, it does kind of make does make me feel a little less guilty when it comes to gift giving, because I don't really have anything. I don't have anyone to buy for. Not that, and even if I did, I usually don't have the money to buy anything. So it works out. But enough of my sad existence. I'm gonna adjust the head thingy to be over there. 'Cause that looks a bit more proper. Though, I'm thinking this thing's just too thick. I'm thinking it's too thick. It's too thick. Are you a magical leaf? What kind of question is that? Halloween time. It is. It is the time for spooks. I'm altering this because I'm looking at the model and it does not match the art I was looking at earlier with Shinji. So I'm just going to alter that a little. Yes, no, maybe, who's actually, who hired you? What did they tell you? I'm still monumentally worried for you, Leaf. Because I hear the digital ID thing is now becoming mandatory or some ridiculous shit now. Yeah, digital ID thing is supposed to apply. Yeah, they're applying it to employment. I forget who the YouTuber is, but there's a YouTuber in Britain that's been covering it, and he alluded to the obvious fact, it seems, that they might be trying to pull the same thing they did with the COVID passports with the digital ID, which is fucking crazy. Absolutely dystopian behavior. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Where the fuck is this hair coming from? That is not from me.
I have a natural insurance number, citizen of the country, pay taxes. I'm not really sure how much more right to work proof they would need. Well, that's because it's not about right to work. It's about control. Like that's the simplest way I can put it. Like Starmer is his mask is dropped so hard. If it's not any more obvious, this man is a fucking dictator, and his only goal is to have the entirety of the citizenry under lock and key for whatever purpose he has going for him, and whatever purpose his successors do with these laws in place. It's not good. It just is not good. Because the EU already has several laws already, to my knowledge, on identification and proving citizenry and right to work and this and that and every other thing. Like, they have so many redundant fucking laws and shit, and yet you still need more. That makes absolutely no sense. And the only logical conclusion that can be derived from this is that it's not about what they say it's about. It's clearly about having total control. And to what purpose, I don't know. But that can be the only thing. Because it certainly is not about protecting children, because there's already several laws already designed to protect children. But at the same time, out the other side of their mouths, or what's happening in reality, there's grooming gangs and other predators that are harming children, and yet their focus is on the digital realm? Like, it make sense. But I'm going on a tangent. I'm going on a tangent at this point, and definitely sullying the tutorialness of the stream. I think I already fucked that up, so meh. Hey, Peepna, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Caught me rambling about the UK and their ridiculous digital ID because Leaf lives there, and I worry for Leaf. How you doing anyways, Peepna? How's your Friday going? Oh no, is Peepna gone? Oh, hey Saikon. Saikon's good. He's here. But I wasn't asking you, Saikon. I was asking Peepna how his Friday was. Decipher that. Good to know your Friday is good. It's your profile pic from a Bangarang music video. That's a good question. Next question. Well, anyways, there's our Shinji head. It's adorable. Give head pats. Alright, it has been 5.5 hours, basically. So, I think I'm going to cut the tutorial short here. Or, I'm going to cut it here, because we all need to stand up from our chairs right now. Do it with me. Stand up from your chairs. Oh! Yeah, it hurts because I've been sitting. Oh! It's stretch! Oh! Damn, that feels good. Oh, yeah, that's it. Stretch those legs. Do some, bend the knees a bit. Oh, man. Get the blood flowing, otherwise you're gonna get a blood cut or something. Don't stretch too hard, you might get a leg cramp. You don't want that to happen. Whew. Oh, yeah. Feels good to stretch. Feels good to stand. Whew. Okay. Yeah. So anyways, that will do it for this tutorial stream. This very, very, I don't know how to put it. But that's what we got. We got Shinji's head outlined. So, decent progress trying to teach you how to draw things. I hope my lessons, my haphazard lessons, have helped you draw a little bit better or give you some ideas on how to improve or how to draw things that you couldn't draw before. If you like this, if you're watching the VOD, leave a comment telling me, what you thought, if it helped improve and whatever. And if you're into chat like you are right now, as Leaf said, it was useful. Thank you. I'm glad it was useful. I know it was a long one, but like I said, this was kind of out this was unscripted and top of the head. So yeah. But I'm glad I imparted some knowledge to some of you. And if you want to see more, let me know in the comments or wherever. And I'll try to do even more. I'll try to see if I can't figure out how to condense it and make things a lot more simpler in a video format, so it's not a 5-hour stream of talking nonsense and drawing. But with that said, the Resident Evil crossover part 2 will be tomorrow at noon. So same time as today, except tomorrow. So we'll finish that up, and then we'll continue on with more wizardry after the Resident Evil collab again. And then Sunday will be more Guardian Heroes as we try to beat the game with the combo master Randy. Holy fucking shit! Oh jeez. I hope did any of you see that massive combo I had with Randy against the Undead Warrior? That was the shit of Legends. It was amazing. Randy's amazing. I still need to properly clip that. I only did like a YouTube clip, which doesn't show up on the channel. I don't know where the fuck it shows up, if ever. But I did post the links in the Chaz Play video vault on Discord. So you can see it there, at least, I think. But with that said, enjoy the rest of your Friday. Go eat some dinner, stretch your legs out, avoid getting yourself a blood clot or something. I'm going to make me some lunch, possibly, or rather dinner at this point, and then I'm gonna... I'll probably just continue finishing this drawing of Shinji. I'll finish the outline, probably, maybe. And that way, when we come back again for this, at some point, I'll teach you how to color. I'll teach you coloring and shading. Or at least try to. So, with that said, the show is over. Take care of yourselves.